Hello, John. How are
Wow,
you?
lovely to see you.
I just thought I'd come and see you. How
You're
are you?
very well.
How have you been keeping?
Well,
All good?
you got a seat?
Huh?
You can sit.
Not yet. May not be. Hello. Hello.
Please be upstanding for His Worship the Mayor of the London Borough of Hounslow, Councillor Bishnu Garang, accompanied by the Deputy Lieutenant, the Deputy Mayor and the Chief Executive. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gents. Um, let's we start. I think all seated already. Good evening. I'm Councillor Vishnu Gurung, the 56th Mayor of London Borough of Hounslow, and I welcome everyone to this meeting of the Council, the London Borough of Hounslow. May I ask everyone present to make sure that the telephone are on silent mode or switch off, please. I also would like to remind, whilst the public may tweet, but councillor may not. Do all members have the agenda pack, the big agenda pack that we have tonight? And document for the tonight. We should all have the main agenda pack, as I say, and then supplementary pack. You may have all the supplementary pack as well, yeah? Okay, which was published earlier today. A copy of the letter has been placed on the table in front of you. Hope you have all seen that. I would like to remind all members that debate, always as a practice, that should be done through the mayor, and any point of order can only be about breaches of the constitution or law. And I wish to see fairness and courtesy in discussion, with no interruption or talking during the contribution of other. The budget setting meeting is one of the most important meetings of the year, and we need to help a full and fair debate to take place, which is best done by letting people speak without being interrupted. Finally, please do not turn on your microphone until I have asked you to speak. The microphones are connected to the video cameras used for our webcast, and so if you press too soon, they move from the person who is actually speaking. Thank you. We will now move into the first item of the agenda. Okay, first item of the agenda is apologies for absent and declaration of interest from the members. Apologies for absent. I've got 3 councillors here. Councillor Sukhbir Dhaliwal, Councillor Tony Luki, and Councillor Unsa Chowdhury for lateness.
Sorry.
Oh, thank you. You are here, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Kamuljit Kaur as well.
Okay. Councillor Lilbag, please.
Councillor Balraj Sarai as well, thank you.
Councillor Bikram Grewal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Puneet Kaur as well.
Councillor Diana Bito.
Councillor Patrick Barr, apologies.
Any more? Councillor Pritham Grewal.
Councillor Gary Garewal. Shivraj
Thank you.
Garewal, sorry.
And Councillor Ajmer Grewal.
Councillor Nisar Malik.
Thank you. Any more? Oh, Councillor Sue Samson, please.
I have apologies from Councillor Purwell.
Thank you. Any more? Who's that?
Is Harleen? Councillor Harleen, you've got something? Oh, okay, done that already. Thank you. Okay, I hope that's all. Yeah. And is there anybody the lateness or leaving the meeting early? Oh, Councillor, yeah, Samna, please, yeah. Oh, you leaving at 9:15, yeah? Okay, you're leaving early. Thank you. Any more? No, thank you. May I draw the member now attention to the document in the agenda? And I would like to bring your attention. Do you have any declaration of interest? No, thank you. Okay, that's all. Now let's move to the main agenda number 2. Agenda item 2 is the announcement. We now come to the announcement. Our first one is a sad one, and it involves our much loved Deputy Lieutenant Paul Kennelly, who is sitting right on my left, far end there. I'm delighted that Paul is here this evening, as he is always delighted to be around with us. But I'm also sad, as this is not only the last meeting of this council before the election, it is also Paul's last meeting as our Deputy Lieutenant, as he is soon to retire. But he doesn't look. Yeah. However, I'm pleased to be able to announce that the council will be confirming on him the honor of the freedom of the borough at a special meeting of the council in June. So I would like to congratulate to DL Paul Kennelly for honoring this award. Thank you, Paul. I therefore now wish to invite Councillor Steve Curran, leader of the council, to say a few words of thanks to Paul. Councillor Steve Curran, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. It is a pleasure, but a sad occasion this evening, as you rightly say. Paul has been a superb deputy leader, and it's been an honour for me to know him personally, and the work he's done on behalf of the borough, representing us with Her Majesty and all the offices of government. He's done that with skill, dash and panache, and as he looks tonight, incredibly smart. And I'm extremely proud that he's supported Hounslow Council and has served two terms. Paul stepped into the breach after the sad death of Maria Pedro, the former Deputy Lieutenant, and he's done that with some aplomb. Paul is Hounslow through and through. I'm absolutely delighted with your recommendation, because we have to agree at the Borough Council, Mr. Mayor. At the future Borough Council, absolutely delighted with your recommendation that he should go forward to receive the Freedom of the Borough in due course in this year. I think one of the things that's outstanding regarding Paul, other than being such a very charming man, a very handsome man, I'm trying to embarrass him here. I'm not looking up to see if it's working, but he's worked with the community on behalf of Hounslow and on behalf of Her Majesty. Has been outstanding. And I know he's held in very, very high esteem by all councillors here and officers, and by, more importantly, the residents of the borough, particularly the community groups that he's championed. Whoever fills his shoes, as they say, will have a really hard act to follow. So I wish Paul all the best in his retirement. Enjoy it, and thank you so much for what you've done for Hounslow. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Karen. I only want to add that this evening, before this meeting, Councillor Corwin, Councillor McGregor, Niall Bolger, the Chief Executive, and I held a small reception in my parlor with Paul to thank him for all his work for us over the years. And I know all members will look forward to being able to thank him more formally at the special Freedom of the Borough meeting in June. And I will be clapping the hand at the behind. See. Until then, Paul, on behalf of us all, may I wish you a very happy retirement, and you will be much missed from us. Thank you, Paul. I would now like to allude member to the tree service parade taking place at Cranford Community College on Sunday, the 13th March 2022 in the morning. This will be an impressive event involving all cadet services in Hounslow and is being held to say farewell to dear Paul Kennelly, as well as to welcome the new fire cadet into the borough, and also mark the beginning of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Therefore, all members would like to be very welcome to attend this event, which I'm sure will be great fun for all involved. I will arrange for the invitation to be sent to all members by email. Steve, are you all right? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. If you need water, I think, sure. Okay. So we now move on to the other announcement. Any cabinet member have any announcement, please? Okay, Steve, leader of the council, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to inform you, the Deputy Mayor, and the council that because of illness, and after discussions with my family and friends, I've decided that I will not be standing in the election on the 5th of May. This, as you can imagine, has been a very difficult decision to make, but I think it's the right one. I know it's the right one. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank all councillors, comrades, officers and members of the public for their support of me as a ward councillor in Zion Ward in Brentford, and also as me as leader of the council. I think we've achieved many good things as a borough. And although we may not always agree with the opposition, we have always had the good intentions of the residents at heart. Being a councillor can be a difficult and lonely job sometimes. And I can assure you it's the same in leadership. It can be difficult and lonely. But I think with the support of my comrades, councillors and everyone else I've already mentioned, I can't tell you how proud I have been to serve this borough and will continue to do. I think the Chief Executive told me to the 10th of May. I will continue to do that to my utmost best to serve the residents of the borough. But it has been an unbelievable journey since 2010. We've dealt with austerity. And most of all, I think the proudest thing for me is that we dealt with together, all of us together in this room, dealt with the pandemic so well. It was fantastic to see the residents come together, community groups, individuals, businesses, our partners, and us all in this room to work together to protect our communities and our residents. Sadly, we've lost councillors, we've lost members of staff. And I should acknowledge that some councillors like me now will not be coming back on the 10th of May. I like to wish them, whoever you are, including Sam, and I'm not going to say who the others are in the Labour group because we've not finished the process yet, and you never know who's going to pop out of the hats. So it has been a difficult decision, but what an honour, what a pleasure, and it's been so enjoyable, so enjoyable. I went with Tom and Councillor Axis Armour a few weeks ago, and that's the real pleasure I get, the real pleasure. I know people have issues about development and homes and is it too much, too little, but when Tom and I and Axel went to visit 3 people in their brand new homes, 2 of them were care leavers, I mentioned this before, and then one young mother who'd been living in poor accommodation, and she said she cried when she first got that walk around that flat, to see her and her young child so happy in their new home. That's what this council's about. That's what it should be about, is the residents. And building council homes for people is surely a duty that we all have signed up to, and will continue to do so in the future. It makes the biggest difference on someone's life to have a decent home. That's through education, through health, and through employment. Having a decent home is that cornerstone, that bedrock. So I think that would be the one thing I would say stands out for me, is the achievement around development and building hundreds, if not thousands, of council homes. But as I say, the reaction to and our response to the pandemic. I mentioned this at the staff awards last week. I know that Niall and the senior leadership team spent hours, sometimes 18, 20 hours a day in those first few weeks of the pandemic, all that unseen. I know some of it because I was getting the calls not late at night and the email, and new directives come in, there's another risk, how are we going to do that? So it's gone right from the top of the organisation, right down to the guys, our refuse collectors, our street cleaners, who never stopped providing that service through the whole of the pandemic. So one of the hottest summers of we've had for a long time, never stopped. And I'm so proud to have known so many of you, to have known so many of the staff who've done a heroic job right the way through. And it's been, as I say, a pleasure to work with Paul, who stood in the breach when sadly Maria Pedro passed away. No more texting. You can't text this, you know, because the mayor's already said no texting. So I'm going to sit down now, but just really want, from the bottom of my heart, wish you all the best for the future, and continuing loving Hounslow as I do. All the best. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. What a sad news. And we really respect your decision, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Then we will still speak later on, or maybe next meeting. We do not have enough time today. Maybe there are a lot of members who would like to talk, but we do not have a time. So that's why I'm going to stop here, and then we will do next one. Next announcement is Lilibeth, please come.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually going to propose a vote of thanks to the leader, and if I could say a few words, if you would permit me to. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Lily, please.
Firstly, I just want to say how shocked and sad I was when I heard the news tonight. And I've worked alongside Steve as the deputy leader for the last 4 years. And I know the challenges that he's had to face. And it's not it's not easy being in the leadership because you're often in the firing line for criticisms. But one of the things that I've learnt from Steve is that he absolutely is passionate about what he believes in, for example, affordable homes, and he is strong in terms of believing and doing what is the right thing. And I think that's really commendable in this day and age. He has, so I want to thank him and sort of really express my gratitude for all the hard work that he's done over the last 4 years. And it's never been easy. Oh, 8 years, yes, of course, yes. But I've been your deputy leader for the past 4 years. But you've been incredibly supportive, and I have to say, from the bottom of my heart, I actually don't know any other councillor that works as hard as him. He's always been at the end of the phone when I've called him, and people don't often realise. A lot of people want to be leader, and it all sounds very fancy and attractive, but the actual work and the decisions that you have to make at the end of the day are really quite challenging, and that does mean sacrificing a lot of time with your family and friends. So I'm not going to reel out all the wonderful things that Steve has achieved over the last over the last 8 years. I mean, Council of the Year is obviously one of them. The first time this council's ever had such an award, Council of the Year. But what I do want to say to Steve is that you've done an amazing job. Everybody in the borough should be proud of what you've done, and I really think that you need to look after yourself now. And I wish you all the best, and we'll be there, and I'll be checking up on you to make sure that you're actually resting. All right.
Can I second that
Yeah,
vote of thanks, Mr. Mayor?
good idea. Yeah, okay.
On a point of order concerning the Constitution, if we're going to have a vote of thanks on a motion, then the meeting has to agree that the motion can be taken before we actually have to speak. I'd ask the Borough Solicitor to confirm under the Constitution we can't have a motion without notice.
Yeah, that's correct.
In that case, Mr. Mayor, may I offer the following motion, that we now hear a vote of thanks to the former leader of the council, soon to be former leader of the council, Councillor Steve Curran, and that we then have a short debate, which you will time limit.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. May I have any second? Oh, okay. Councillor Lilbatha, let us second it. Thank you. Okay, now let's have the only 5 minute each, and then let's go. Who's with the first? Welcome. Councillor Msesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, like Councillor Lilbatha, I am shocked that Councillor Curran is going to be stepping down. He and I have known each other on a personal level for quite some time, and my tribute to him is that despite our differences politically, he's always been there as one of my close friends and advisors. But we definitely don't agree with how he has conducted himself the last 4 years. But this is about us making sure that he goes in his retirement in a good spot, in a good way. And I'd be sure to keep in touch with you. And I want to thank you for giving me all the advice, especially when we first got elected. You're right. You're right. But despite all our differences, and I remember one time when my foster dad came to our chamber and I had a complete nightmare, and you put an arm around me afterwards as well. So it was really, really good. And we're always speaking on the phone a lot of times. So I'm looking forward to going back to Richmond Rugby Club with you as a supporter without all the fancy dinners, just sitting on the sidelines with sandwiches like everybody else. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Msesa. Hang on. Councillor Tom Bruce. Councillor Catherine Down, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to add my voice to thanks to Councillor Steve Curran, both as leader for the past 8 years, whilst I've served on cabinet, and also, of course, as my fellow ward councillor for Sion Ward. Steve is a very effective leader. He's also an effective ward councillor. He's very, he's wonderful on the doorstep. People love to it when he knocks because they recognise him, and I think probably a lot of us can't say that. We some people recognise us, but actually, and we know this from the surveys that we do, that the vast majority of people don't. But Steve, through his time, has gained that recognition, and maybe he's a bit like Marmite. Some people love him and some people hate him, but everyone can have a conversation with him, which I think is something that's really valuable. He always listens, and he always sticks to his word if he says he'll do something. So it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you, Steve, and I'm sorry to hear that you won't be joining us again in May.
Thank you, Councillor Dan. Now I would like to invite Councillor Maguire, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had the pleasure of sharing off-piste with Councillor Curran, going to various places, visiting and enjoying his company at things like school governors' dinners, and always a very good companion. And I appreciate the work he's done for the council in difficult circumstances across the piece. And I think we'll be deficient in the future without him being with us in the chamber. It's easy for me as a political opponent to decry everything he does, and I'm not going to do that because he's achieved a great deal in his personal life and in his public life as well. And I want to wish him the very best of good fortune and hope that this is not presaged by some huge issue in his mind. I hope that he has a life to lead after being leader, and I hope that that life is long and fulfilling. May I just wish you the very best for the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maguire. May I ask Councillor Tom Bruce, please?
Thank you very much. I just like to put it on record that I love Marmite, and I certainly love Steve Curran. But in all seriousness, I do like Marmite. But in all seriousness, Steve, it's been an absolute pleasure to be a councillor with you, to be on your cabinet for the last 8 years. I want to thank you for all the support you've given me personally with everything that we've achieved together. You have achieved a huge amount, it's been said this evening, and we have achieved a huge amount together, and I'm very grateful for the opportunities that you've afforded me, you've afforded us, and that more importantly, you've afforded the people of this borough in, as you say, when we go and knock on those people's doors and they are so grateful for the things that we have done, that when we go around schools, newly built schools, and they are so grateful for what we have been able to give them. I think it's a great testament to you and your drive and your ambition, not just for yourself and for your comrades here, but for the borough itself. And as everyone has said, you will be sorely missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tom Bruce. I would like to now invite Councillor Khan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. One, I'm saddened that we've had this announcement that's short notice, Steve. I mean, you owe us a lot more to be able to give you a better tribute than what we're able to do today, because I'm sure there are so many people here who want to say so much wonderful things about you. I just want to recollect one of the first memories I have of you, and that was when Anne Keane was around and we met for the first time on the green when Anne was about to have her hustings. And I was walking along the green with my father. My father introduced me to you and said, he's the man. He's the one who is advising Anne Keane. And you had your piece of paper with you. You had your notes with you. And that's what you do. You know, in the background, you do your work. And so that was my first memory of meeting you. And I also, at that time, I was going to become a councillor as well. And it was a really good opportunity to understand that even before I knew you, you were already working as a Labour person, pushing the gauntlet, and that was at the heart of our opposition at that time. But it was a great opportunity to meet you there. But actually, moving the clock fast forward, I again have had 2 opportunities to sit on 2 of the administrations that you have. And many of my colleagues know all the conversations that you and I have had on so many issues. But one of the greatest things about someone who has to make a decision, it's never an easy decision to be able to make, even sometimes when you know the answer, because there are so many factors at play, you can't always give the information that you're able to do. And it can be frustrating. That there is a type of leader. You've got many leaders that you have. Those that are leaders in boom times, those that are leaders in difficult times. And actually, when I look at your end kind of now in terms of your legacy,
Thank you. First, I would like to invite the Councillor Ranjit Gill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm shocked to hear about it, Steve. I just saw you earlier, but you didn't mention anything. But anyway, you've been always very kind to me, and you've agreed with me on my rainbow crossing, which you said will happen, and I hope it does happen. And you've got lots of praise from lots of people. So, just reminded me of a play I did back in my school days, Julius Caesar, when Mark Antony comes to Caesar's funeral and he says, I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do does live after them. The good is often in turn forgotten. So let it be with Steve Curran.
Thank you. I now would like to invite the Councillor Theo Denison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And like Tom, I'm a great fan of Marmite too. But I think in recent months, we have seen the dark side of Steve Curran, and it is most unfortunate what damage I believe he has done to our party in those last few months. And it is therefore with absolutely no regret that I welcome his resignation from this position. And I hope that our party will be able to rebuild itself cleaner, more decent and democratic into the future, because that is what this borough needs. I have, though, to say that I have already sent a note to Thomas Ribbits explaining that I am resigning as of this evening from the Labour group, and I will be leaving the Labour Party. I am not a fan of fratricide, and I have served with Steve in Sarum for many, many years. We have had our differences, and I am well aware of his strengths and the contribution he has made to our borough. And I don't wish that to have been diminished, but I think it has been diminished by his actions while in absolute control of the selection process that has been undertaken in this borough. It is therefore, a welcome break, I think, for those who have lost out as part of the selection process, that there will be 2 vacancies at least in Sarum Ward, and I recommend those fine people who have been excluded to put themselves forward for consideration in that ward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Theo. What a shock and surprise announcement this. The last one I would like to invite is the Samia Chowdhury, Councillor Samia Chowdhury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm slightly shocked to hear what I've heard from Councillor Dennison as well now about the selection process. I think this was a vote of thank you to Councillor Steve Curran, not talking about the selection process. In 2018, selection process happened, and 2014 as well, but that was something completely different. But I would like to say thank you very much to Councillor Curran for all his hard work he's put in for selection process, and for the last 8 years I've worked with him, and I know how hard he has worked, and I know what he's done in pandemic, not just for Feltham, for everybody in London Borough Council, for myself, for all of us, and he made sure all of us have got what we needed, not just in our good times, in our bad times as well. I've gone through so much bad time in 2014, 2018, but he was the one who supported me every time. He was only a phone call away, and the whole borough will say the same thing. And I'm slightly shocked what I've heard from the other end. Thank you, Councillor Curran, for all your work you've done for us and for the borough.
Thank you very much, all the councillors who just spoke about the leader of the council. Is sad. Anyway, I wish Steve for good luck, and you can have a relax, no tension. Thank you. Right, I think that's all the announcement, unless any lead member, cabinet member to have.
I do. I know this is probably going to fall slightly flat after all of that. So I do. However, and this is, another great legacy for Steve, following the recent Ofsted inspection of Hounslow Town Primary School, the publication a few weeks ago of a good Ofsted there, it means 100% of the schools in this borough that have an Ofsted rating have a good or outstanding rating. It is a fantastic achievement. I agree. It is a fantastic achievement, and it is one of the proudest moments of my political career, moving from where we were to this. But I don't discount Steve's involvement in that, and his support for schools, and his support for education and young people in this borough, his support for the staff and the people that work in those establishments. So a really fantastic achievement. And for all of those of you that are governors or parents or have any connection with the school, go and say well done to your school, because it is a fantastic achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. Any cabinet member? No. Thank you. You said that now. Yeah. Thank you. We now come to another sad announcement. As many members will be aware, former Councillor Michael Hunt died last week. Mr. Hunt was a long-standing Labour councillor representing the Feltham North Ward from 1986 until 2006. He sat on a large number of committees in that time, including the licensing committee, the West Area Committee, the Grant Panel, and the Health and Consumer Protection Committee for over 5 years from 1990 and served as a deputy mayor. Former Councillor Hunt will be remembered very positively by many people, including several members in the chamber tonight. And I know that some people will want to say a few words in remember about him. I therefore, may I first call on Councillor Jagadish Sharma to speak about the late Councillor Hunt. Councillor Jagadish Sharma, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. 2 days ago, I got this email from Dave Wetzel, who was the leader of the council here also, that Mick Hunt passed away. That really was a big shock for me, because Mick Hunt and we were very close to each other in the council. I was the chair of the religious services, and Mick was the vice chair. And we both had a very nice time. We used to meet for meeting up with the director, and Mick was always very good. At the right time, he was always there. And whenever he has to say something, he will always talk to me, Jagdish, is that all right? We will do this. And Mick has wonderful qualities that not only in the council, but in the Labour Party, his contribution is tremendous. He was the chair of the constituency party, and for many years, before him, I was the chair, and then he came to me quietly. He knew that I am going to resign from this position. He said, Jagdish, I think you are now tired, aren't you, being chair? So I'll take over now. So, and one thing I remember, the director and Mick myself, we went to a conference in Brighton. And after the meeting, we went to an Italian restaurant. And so we asked Mick to order. He said, no, Jagdish will give the order. So I asked the director, I said, you give the order now, as both of us want you. So he gave the order. And when we came out from the restaurant, we were looking at each other. And Mick then looked that I will perhaps say something. I didn't say anything, neither director. He said, bloody but a restaurant. I'm still hungry. Let us go to other Indian restaurant. Then we went again to the Indian restaurant. We had a good meal. So Mick was very, very good in every way, good companion, good friend, good in every way. Wonderful qualities he had. I think he will be greatly, I will certainly miss him. It was a big shock for me. I couldn't do anything on that day because of his association and his good work for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharma. I would like now invite the Councillor Mayor Colin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My recollections of Mick was a guy very tall, somewhere in the stature of Guy Lambert that's with us this evening. But Mick Hunt was a very stern but very fair person. And my first real encounter with Mick was when he was chair of the Gunnersbury Park Joint Committee. In those days, we were allowed to have chairs callovers. So chairs callovers would be to go through the business of the meeting in about 15 minutes, go into the small mansion or the large one, whichever was available at the time, start the meeting at about 6:01, and by 14 minutes past 6, the meeting was over. It was done because Mick had done all of the stuff with the officers. We just presented the reports, asked report here, report there. Mick will be sadly missed by his family and also by all of those who knew him. He was a kindly man. As I've said, he was big in stature, but great in heart. And I, in my moments tomorrow morning in church, will certainly be reflecting on the times that I had with Mick and the times that and things that I've learned from him going forward. Fortunately, some will say we don't have chairs callovers, but unfortunately to others because they were useful. But by gum, Mick was a stern guy, a fair guy, but above all, he was a lovely guy and he's a treasure, and we will miss him greatly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor Colin. I know that many councillors would like to speak on this, but we've got as I mentioned already, that we got a time pressure as well. So I would take one or two more councillors, which is I would like to invite first Councillor Tom Bruce, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know Mick when he was a councillor. I first encountered Mick after his time on the council in 2009, just as I was beginning my step into the political arena. I stood in Bedfont and he was a member in Bedfont. He was chair of the Bedfont and Feltham branch. At the time, I think he was chair of the CLP, or certainly a senior member on the CLP. And I would just like to say to him, if he was here, I would like to say a big thanks to him for all that he did for me at that time, taking me under his wing, showing me and talking to me about all the things that he knew about being a councillor and what it was to be a local councillor, as well as the things you can do to get on and step on and how you can support the residents. I don't know in those early couple of years really what I would have done without his support and guidance. There were a lot of new Labour councillors at that time, and it was great that he was around supporting not just myself but former councillor Sachin Gupta as well in making those steps into politics. So he will be sorely missed. Certainly we've heard as a councillor, but from my perspective, just as a wonderful person in the branch, in the ward, helping people, younger people get on. So thank you, Mick.
Thank you, Councillor Tom Bruce. I now would like to invite Councillor Amritman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, today certainly has been an era of big guns coming to an end, and Mick was, I would think, one of the biggest in Hounslow. I just want to share a few of my thoughts and feelings about Mick. Mick was an absolute old school Labour stalwart. He was the backbone of Feltham and Heston. And when I joined this council back in 1994, he was one of the 4 or 5 people that mentored me. Mick being one, Pete Dodkins being the other, John Chatt, Noel Murphy. All these individuals, and I didn't know anybody at that time, so they mentored me on the good things about the Labour Party, and I had to meet them regularly at their offices, which was a pub in the old Civic Centre at the canteen side. So we had lots and lots of discussions, and actually under their stewardship, I learned a lot. And I'm eternally grateful to Mick for his support, his friendship, and like Jagdish and many others said, he was a stern guy, but he was very fair. That's something that's missing today in politics. And really, you know, with having older generation and the old school, some of the old values are dying with them. and I fear that that may be a retrospective step for certainly the Labour Party in Feltham Heston. Mick chaired the Feltham and Heston Labour Party CLP chair, and I think he could have run all of that all by himself. He didn't need any one of us because the level of experience that he had outshone everybody. But he was a great inspiration. We learned a lot, and I think in the future, I know that Steve and Theo and others who are retiring out of the party, whatever, they've taken that knowledge away with them, and that's something that I think is bad for the new crop of councillors coming. They could have learned a lot more. At this moment in time, I think we've lost a very fine individual in the Labour Party, and my thoughts are with his family. So once again, thank you, Mick. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Abidma. I was going to stop, but I cannot stop Councillor Richard Put. I think he is the Councillor Hunt time, I think. So I would like to invite Richard Put to say something. Thank you, Councillor Richard Put.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first met Mick when we were leading up to the elections in 1971. Mick was elected on there at the same time I was. I became chair of housing in the 1971 council, and I asked Mick if he would take over responsibility for council tenants in the Feltham, Bedfont and Hamworth area, which Mick did, and did extremely well with a lot of compassion for a lot of people which at that time were suffering greatly. And Mick was a great help to me as a new, relatively young chair of a committee like Housing Committee, which no longer exists now with the cabinet situation. So it was something that was a major committee, but I couldn't have done it without the help of Mick. I remained a friend of Mick's all the way through, including the time when I was had to back off from party politics because of my job. But I remained a friend of Mick's, and unfortunately, in the last 18 months, Mick has progressively got his health deteriorated considerably. He's been confined to bed for almost all of that period, but still kept, good humour in all of that. And I'm very, very sad to lose lose a person who I consider to be a very, very old friend. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Richard Foot. I now conclude there, and I would like to now move on behalf of all members and council staff, I would like to extend and sympathies and thoughts to the Councillor Hunt and families and friends at this sad time. I believe Councillor Hunt families around here. If not, then they are watching on the YouTube. Thus, we are speaking. So now, we will now stand for 1 minute in remember of our friends and colleagues, the late Michael Horn. We will also be standing to remember those who have died and are suffering in Ukraine following the invasion of the country last week.
And finally, as member will know, this is the last scheduled council meeting for this council term. As such, I would like to thank all members for all their hard work for their residents over the last 4 years and for their contribution to council life. Not all of us in this chamber will be here after the election. So on behalf of the council, I would like to thank you all. And I also thank those who very sadly left us over the course of the last few years, in particular the late Councillor John Chad, Rajbath, Poonam Dillon, and of course, Councillor Javed Akunjada. And that concludes the announcement today. Thank you. Now we move to the agenda number item 3, minute of the meeting. We now come to the minute of the meeting, last meeting held on the 7th December 2021. May I ask member if they have any correction they wish to propose, please. Councillor Kulta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on page 11, where I said it mentions Council Akunzada, it should be Councillor Akunzada. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Thank you. Now, any more correction? No, thank you. Okay, now, are there any matter arising? Thank you. Councillor McGilga, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 16, the Mayor invites debate on the report. This is the second paragraph. Following comments were made, Councillor Gerald McGregor thanked the Council's finance team who had helped provide the Conservative Group with briefings on the strategy. And I'd like to thank them again for carrying on their support of the Conservative Group in preparing an alternative budget, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more? No. Thank you. Now that's the conclude. And the member raise any matter arising if they wish, if you have. If not, then okay. May I ask the member that's okay, agreed the minute, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, we now move to agenda number 4, which is petition. We now move to the petition. We start with the first stage of the process, which is to ask if any member has any new petition to be handed in. Councillor Sue Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm presenting this petition tonight, signed by all the residents of the Worton Estate in Isleworth, some of whom are with us this evening. The petition, Mr. Mayor, highlights 7 breaches within the legal Section 20 process for major works. Concerns are also raised about the lack of consultation and resident engagement during the process. Mr. Mayor, Isleworth councillors are therefore calling for a complete review of the flawed Section 20 process administered to the residents of the Worton Estate and the way in which payments are being demanded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sue Sampson. Councillor Sam Horn, please.
Apologies for not notifying you before, Mayor, but thank you. This is not a petition I can bring here, but because it's signed by nearly 2,500 people, I would like that read into the minutes that this petition exists. I've left details on the table at the back. It's not gone through the council petition system.
Councillor Sam, just hold on a second, please. Sorry, carry on, yeah.
It's not gone through the council petition system because the people who raised the petition find the council system too restrictive. I will not read all of it, which is quite long, very verbose, not something I would have drafted. And the petition is to get Hounslow's cabinet to stop destroying Chiswick, to stop their street space schemes, and to work with residents of Chiswick. As I say, I've left some papers at the back so you can see what this is about. And as I said, nearly 2,000 people, 2,500 people have signed that as of today.
Thank you, Councillor Sanhorn. Have you got the petition paper with you or no? Okay, any more petition? No, thank you. We now move to the second part of the process. As a member, we'll see from the report there are no petition due to be presented to the council itself this evening. Therefore, may I ask member to note the petition listed in the appendix to the report. Thank you. Okay, we now move to the agenda item number 5, which is the main item, is the budget report 2022 and 23. We now move to item 5, which is the budget. May I remind members that the law requires the council to hold recorded votes on all decisions relating to the budget or council tax. Therefore, all votes taken in relation to this report will be recorded. I also intend to allow both party leaders to speak for 10 minutes in their main speech, as is the usual custom here in Hounslow. Do members agree to our waiving standing order to permit this?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, then. Right. We are now processing the amendment of the process. Firstly, introduction. Member will see that supplementary agenda containing an alternative budget from the Conservative group. This will be dealt with as an amendment to the main motion and debated as a whole. The way the debate will work will be the process and seconder, proposer and the seconder of the original report to speak first. We will then move on to the alternative budget proposal and deal with that, with the recorded vote at the end of the discussion. We will then finally debate the substantive item after this, taking into account whether it has been amendment by the previous debate, and then vote on that. All votes will be recorded. Votes are, this is required by law in the budget debate. Hope all members understand this thing. Therefore, I invite Councillor Shantanu Rajawat
to introduce the original report.
Mr. Mayor, may I put a point
Okay.
of clarification as well to council? Members will be aware that a late amendment has also been issued and admitted for this evening's debate. So the process Mr. Mayor has outlined will also apply to the amendment proposed by Councillor Thea Dennison and seconded by Councillor Davina Ram. So there will be a recorded vote on all three elements. So the first part, subject to members' debate, will be on the amendment proposed by the Conservative Group, followed by a further movement by, I hope, Councillor Dennison on his amendment, and then to the substantive motion. By Councillor Rajawat will now, Mr. Mayor, if I may hand back to you.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Now it's going to be a very long process. Please be patient, all the member. And right, I will now invite the Councillor Shantanu Rajawat to introduce the original report. And you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was going to stand up during the tributes earlier, and I held back deliberately because actually the best tribute I can pay to Steve is the strength of this budget. Mr. Mayor, 10 years of austerity has not dimmed the Labour Group's ambition for this borough, their drive to help every single individual that lives in the borough, regardless of where they are in the borough, and offer the extra safety net that is required for the very vulnerable. And we have done that despite cuts from government to our budgets and ever scarcer resources. The pandemic changed the world, and it certainly changed the way we did things in Hounslow. And really, it's Steve's leadership in this area. The fact that the day the lockdown was announced, he was on the phone to me saying, this is what we need to do, and this is how we're going to do it. And the fact that we saw our communities come out, as he said in his announcement, that is really something that we should be proud of. As a council, we've always shown that when there are difficult decisions to be taken, we will take them, but we will take them in a responsible and prudent way. You will see in this budget, there are very many difficult decisions. And one of the things that I agreed with the leader when we first came back in 2018 is that we would really try and get under the skin of a lot of the pressures that exist within the council. Demand is increasing. We know that costs are increasing. And we now know that inflation is also, in my view, out of control. And that impacts the most vulnerable in our society the most. And yet we continue to support those residents, either through council tax support or through other support that we can offer as well. So this budget builds on that. This budget includes growth. And yes, there's no denying that we are proposing here this evening, and it has been agreed by Cabinet that there should be a council tax increase. But let's be very clear here. Our hands are slightly tied on the council tax increase. A lot of the funding assumptions made by government are around the fact that we take the full increase that we are allowed to. But we still own the fact that any increase in council tax is spent responsibly. And you'll see in the report, we identify the areas that we will be spending that increase in, plus growing our response post-pandemic because there is so much uncertainty there. So that's all I wanted to say on the budget. And to you, Steve, I say people may forget who you are, but they will remember a strong borough. And that is the legacy that you will leave this borough. And this budget is entirely for you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rajawat. May I now ask the Councillor Steve Curran for seconded, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to second the report and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Curran. Now let's move to the next one. As I say, we now come to the amendment with an alternative budget proposal and will be discussed as whole. I therefore invite Councillor Gerald McGregor to report the alternative budget. Councillor McGregor, you may use your 10 minutes for this speech if you want, or use it later if you prefer. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your civility, and good evening, everybody. And I think we are all somewhat stunned by the news coming out from various members this evening. But what is more stunning is the quality of this alternative budget. It is really a fabulous piece of work put together by the help of the finance team, whom we have a close relationship, because of course we on this side of the fence are professional finance people. And I say that without any doubt. Why are we presenting an alternative budget? Well, because we need to hold the Labour administration to account. So in the other papers this evening, we have a social report on gambling in the borough. 11 out of 20 wards in our borough sit in the top 20% of deprived wards in England, and you've been in charge for 12 years. QED, you've been in charge for 12 years, and we still have 11 out of 20 wards in what should be a wealthy and well-provisioned borough in that position. I have some solutions to this to raise people out of poverty. I notice a second amendment is due to be heard. I welcome that amendment. I truly welcome it. And I'll tell you why. In recommendation 1P, we are fiddling around with the bottom level of support for the council tax. Now, in discussion with the finance team, I put forward a view that we should look at that again during the course of the next budget year, rebate again and backdate any rebate for the poorest people in our borough who can ill afford any council tax, so they will get maximum benefit during the course of the year. Great idea, except you cannot value it, you cannot measure it in advance. And the finance officers quite correctly said, this won't stand in a budget because a budget has to be certain. And I understand that. So we make a pledge to you now that as a taxing authority after May the 5th, we will not be going after poor people in the borough. We will not be doing that at all. Item P on the current agenda will come back again and we will look at it. I intend to open up the process of the council tax reduction scheme in 23-24, because that's the next time we have a chance to look at it. And I will rebate as leader of the group in the future, on the assumption the population likes our ideas. I will rebate that council tax provision taken off the poorest people in the borough. They will get it back. There's no excuse for taxing people who can't afford to pay. None whatsoever. We talk about a division of the borough. The borough is divided. Not enough investment is placed. Guess what? In those poor parts of our borough, building social housing, building responsible social housing means building to standards, not shoving new flats on top of existing buildings and the rubbish that that creates. There are torts of negligence all over that policy. If the people involved had more money, they could sue the pants off the constructors, and they would have a really good remit to sue the authority for imposing itself on them in this particular way. There are arguments. We've argued against unnecessary increase in council tax. Because of the good management of the finance team, we have a balance sheet that is probably 60 times better than Croydon's is. That's not saying much because Croydon's bust. But the important thing about Croydon is it's a good point to remember how easy it is for a borough council of London and the size of Croydon to sink from well-being into difficulty because of poor financial control. If you look at the alternative budget we've got for you, you'll see that we've got a series of mechanisms. And you can see that the mechanisms give us the detail of where we're going. So if you be kind enough to turn to page 5 of the alternative budget, at the bottom of the chart, you'll see that we have a provision for additional expenditure. This expenditure totals £1,166,463, according to our calculations. What's that going to be for? It's going to be for supporting one Hounslow to dig ourselves out of poverty. Now, I've taken money away in our proposed budget from a range of salary issues because what I want to do is I want to make sure we homologate and put in place an understanding of how to control these costs. If you try and understand what the costs are of one Hounslow, you have a problem because you cannot drill down to find it. The accounting system creaks. You cannot actually find out what the activity-based costs are for doing a particular piece of work in the council. How then do you manage it? You cannot drill down to find out what the bottom line looks like for any particular activity in the council. That is no way to have management. It's been like that for 12 years. It's not going to be any longer because we're going to use some of that 1.1 million to start a process of buying in the highest quality IT systems you can imagine, where you can drill down and where you can actually start to really understand what's going on within the council. We have marvelous management accountants in our group. We are just fabulously wealthy with good accountants. Why? Because they have to work so hard to find out what's going on. They've got plenty of experience in that. So the suggestions we've got include reductions in various areas on page 5. But you can also see that we're putting money back. So the total being put back into children's services is 996,330. That's going back in. Bulk of that is going into adult social care. So we have a budget that gives adult social care a 1.9% increase. And we have ring-fenced the 1% as well. Adult social care will benefit hugely from having better qualified staff. Children's services and education are also getting extra resources to help with child mental health, both adolescent and pediatric, and to help also with statements of educational need, which are falling behind the calendar. All the time they are late, not the fault of our finance team, not the fault of our education team, just because we don't have enough of the right skill sets to make these things work. The government has imposed these things on us. We just don't do it well enough. And guess who suffers most? The people in poverty, because they have least access to these services. With regard to education and healthcare planning, those of you who've been involved in it will know it's like walking through mud. You're trying very hard to get from one piece of treacle to another, to get a firm footing. And again, we have a constant history. It's not the fault of the leadership in the council to do that, but it is the fault of the fact we don't have the resources and the qualified professionals to provide us with that support for our residents and their children. There's a range of other things I'd like to say, Mr. Mayor, but I think you gave me 10 minutes, and I think I'm pretty well close to the end of that 10 minutes. So I'll just stop there. I'd like you all to read this, if you'd be so kind. Have a look at what the alternatives are. Have a look at the reasons why we brought these to bear. Have a look at your record in the Labour group. Have a look at our record when we were in power. Have a look at what it means. Understand that we represent value for the population, we represent opportunity for the population, and we intend to lift people out of poverty. No two ways about it. And guess what? The Conservatives can do it. Mr. Mayor, I urge the Borough Council to accept the alternative budget and remove the presentation of Councillor Shantanu to the history books.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. May I now invite the Councillor John Todd to second the recommendation and speak, if you wish, please.
I'll be delighted to speak. I readily second this sensible motion, and as you say, reserve my right to speak, and I'll speak now. Good evening. It's difficult contributing to a budget because there's no consultation between groups before it's put here. It comes here as a fait accompli. And so we slavishly follow cabinet papers. And we noted in last November, the council are yet to consider its council tax strategy for 2022. Currently, it makes no provision for an increase in council tax income at this stage. So clearly there was some sort of conversion between November and now. We now have a massive report, hundreds of pages. I'm not going to be as eloquent as Gerald, but as a non-accountant, I've gone through it and said, what can I contribute to this report? Will indicate a number of issues. First of all, the report, in my view, outrageously suggests that the increase suggested is predicated on government funding. I find factually that's incorrect. If other boroughs can recommend a lower rate than the guidance given from the government, it cannot be predicated. Here we are again. We then look into these hundreds of pages and look for items where you consider on a conservative basis there is excess. Okay, sorry, thought I was boring you. I looked at one Hounslow. There are a number of presentations, but what we see is staff costing £1.2 million have been taken on. Budget savings, which they indicated they would give of £2.5 million, it's been radically reduced by 50%. And all this is helped, apart from the money mentioned earlier, is additional capital of 5.4 million and revenue of 4.5 million. That, in my view, is an excessive sum and is capable of making a contribution to the sum you need to balance your accounts, namely £3.5 million. Sorry. I then look at balances, and there's a very interesting schedule at the back of the report, Appendix G. Our Section 151 officer recommends that the level of balances should be in excess of £12.5 million. He says that's a minimum number. The actual current balance level is £215 million. One item, the new homes bonus, is £31 million, and all you're going to use this year is 1.5 million. So it shows there's an unencumbered balance there of 30 million. The government we have an outstanding balance of 19 million for the pandemic. Councillor Bruce is in charge of schools, as he says. They've done an investigation into schools and find that a number of schools are sitting in excess of £2.7 million. Now, why that complete sum hasn't been transferred over rather than 300,000 is not very clear. Remarkably, in the Treasury, we show that the general fund, our money, lent £77 million to the HRA, mainly to attract interest. As a layman, I see that money unencumbered and the loan could have gone elsewhere. The Lambton Group carry on not generating a profit. We've heard about housing, and I can see that our record has been good. But I looked at empty properties as an example, and what I was shocked to find, there are over 518 empty houses in this borough, council houses. And of that 518, 37 have been empty for over 2 years. Now, you'll appreciate that means that in the second year, they have to pay a 50% lift on council tax. So what that means in simple terms is the HRA is paying over 600...
Councillor John Todd, you've got 30 seconds, please.
Just my last sentence, perfect timing, Mayor. What that means is that currently at the year with those voids, the council tax liability to be paid is £600,000. I think what I said earlier on makes a case for the alternative budget, as it's both proportional, credible, and does the job it paints on the can. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Todd. Okay. I would like to now ask the Councillor Elizabeth if you prepare to accept the proposal, alternative budget proposal, please.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Elizabeth. So we will now, therefore, debate the alternative budget proposal. May I remind member that you may only speak once in this part of the debate. So first, we are going to debate the amendment. I would like to welcome the member. Thank you. The first, I think I've got here is Councillor Sam Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Time, as always, is short. I'd just like to paint a bit of a picture about what this alternative budget will mean for the environment. We will be looking, and it is in our budget, at waste recycling. The recycling level remains incredibly low. It remains roughly at the level that we left it in 2010, having doubled it from 17%, it's now around just over 34%. So that's an area we'll be giving great attention to. Our first priority will be to actually create within the Lambton 360 empire a commercial waste recycling service. We believe that's a necessary move, that there's too much fractured private service at the moment. Having done that, we will be moving on to market test the whole service. The in-house team will be allowed to tender for that work, obviously. I think it's a legal requirement. But what we will be doing, which this council failed to do when they created Lambton 360, is test the market and see what else is available. Pretty much every neighbouring council that we have does better than we do. And I know we've heard Guy Lamperton explaining there are reasons for this. Well, we need to probe this. We do need to get all the best ideas and move forward from 34%. Air quality, we will be rejoining the London Air Quality Network. We have an appallingly low level of air quality monitoring. Before we can start managing this, we need to know what the air quality is. In my own ward, we have, I think, the most low traffic neighbourhood measures imposed in any single ward, and one of the reasons is air quality. We actually have no air quality monitoring equipment in my ward, or we didn't. We now find that the council officers have secretly come in and placed 12 diffusion tubes around my ward. These are a very cheap alternative. But thank you for that. At least we now have some measurement, but we didn't when we started. So the low traffic neighbourhood schemes. So the low traffic neighbourhood.
Excuse me, please. Let him to speak and be patient.
So the low.
Do not interrupt. Thank you,
Mayor. The low traffic neighbourhood schemes. There'll be a moratorium on phase 3 until we have had an independent review of the existing low traffic neighbourhood schemes, an independent professional view. And we'll be working then with residents to identify practical alternatives. And when we've done that, there will be a binding consultation with the public, something which we don't generally do. And I know Councillor Dennison doesn't agree with this idea, but many residents believe when they take part in a consultation that what they say will actually be listened to. And as you know, In my ward, over 80% of residents rejected almost every single scheme that was brought in, and yet we are now having those schemes made permanent. So low traffic neighbourhood schemes will be revisited and the public will get what they want. Isn't that why we're here? I forget. Isn't that why we're here? The public will get what they want. It's a rhetorical question. I've probably exceeded by 5 minutes and I apologise. No? We are looking to take forward a number of the green agenda items, which the climate emergency plan has highlighted. I will probably, if I have the opportunity, speak about those later this evening. But we are talking about a cultural change, which I know has been talked about by Councillor Dunn. I speak, as you know, with some passion about what has been done in my ward because we've actually had the reverse. We have had most people feeling they have not been engaged in the decision-making process. That has to change. We have a climate emergency. We do need to explain to everyone why we're doing what we're doing.
Councillor Saham, you got 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Thought I was close. We do need to involve everybody. We need to explain what we're doing, and that is what real cultural change is about, and that's what our budget will deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Samhan. Now, may I invite the Councillor Guy Lambert, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Indeed, I must agree with Councillor McGregor. It is rather a stunning alternative budget. It's stunning because with all the financial expertise that they claim to have in their group, it makes no sense at all. It makes but that's not surprisingly, none of the three councillors that have spoken on behalf of the Conservative Party have really talked about their revised budget at all. Councillor McGregor talked a little, he touched on it and then talked about other things. Councillor Todd didn't talk about it at all. He talked about the substantive budget. And Councillor Hearn only talked about he talked about all sorts of things which were nothing to do with the budget. And he talked about introducing a commercial waste scheme, which, as if he's been paying attention, he may have noticed we're busy doing. Market research is going at the moment, but we're not doing it. Why have a dog and bite yourself? We've got a dog called Recycle 360. They are currently researching a commercial waste scheme, which is likely to go live on a pilot basis in the summer or the spring. So that's that. Now, turning to their amendment, because it's helpful if somebody actually talks to the budget that they put forward. It's a typical Conservative budget. It's showing complete lack of financial discipline, as usual. Wanting to use savings to pay for current expenditure. Next thing they'll be telling us to sell off the family silver, a park or a library or a leisure centre to pay for current expenses so that they can keep council tax down and use the proceeds to cut, just as George Osborne did when he sold Royal Mail and RBS a few years ago. You can't trust the Tories with assets in the public own, whether they be cash reserves or whether they be public amenities. And you can't trust them to come up with an alternative budget that makes the slightest bit of sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Guy Lambert. May I now invite Tom Bruce, please? Councillor Tom Bruce.
Thank you very much. Like Guy, also, I noticed that there was not much on the actual alternative budget, so I thought I might read one of the sentences out. It is simply not fair on residents, especially after 2 years of suffering the effect of a pandemic, to demand more money from them. This is rich, coming from a party who are raising national insurance in the coming months. On On EHCPs, Councillor McGregor, you are right. They are very challenging and very difficult. But to say they are all not meeting the timescale is absolutely unfair and untrue, like some other things in this budget. But we are at 85% meeting the statutory requirement of 20 weeks of that initial assessment. It's not 100% where I'd like it to be, but it's certainly not at zero, where you didn't say, but you alluded to. On balances, Councillor Todd, the reason for that, and I don't believe what you were saying was merely a criticism, more a question, and in response to that, there are balances in schools. And what is prudent for schools fiscally is to hold on to some of that money, 8.3% is the general rule of thumb, because that is sensible in case of emergencies or when things come along. It's exactly like the council, holding reserves in case of emergencies. What the money we're talking about there coming back into the council is where schools are holding too much of that money for too long a period of time. And it's not just coming back to go into a big pot and to go on to nothing. What has been agreed by Schools Forum and then ultimately by Cabinet is that money will go back to pay into the high needs block to support the most vulnerable residents. This is something schools have agreed, recommending to Cabinet, which I then recommended to Cabinet, which was approved at a Cabinet meeting. What I'm saying here is these are fiscally responsible measures for a council that is fiscally responsible, that has a lead member who is responsible with the finance of this borough, and a Cabinet who are doing the best with their finances for the residents. This alternative budget is none of those things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Tom Bruce. Looks. May I invite Councillor Catherine Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too was not impressed by the alternative budget. There's a lot of waffle there and not much substance, and there's a lot of contradictions in it as well. Not all spelt out fully. There is a sentence here deriding us, saying the Labour Party controlling Hounslow have blamed central government for every reverse and decline, but not themselves. Who else are we supposed to blame for that reduction of £170 million over the last 10 years from our budget? That was a reduction imposed upon us for central government at a time when we have an increasing population and at a time when people have increasing and more complex needs, when more people are in poverty, more people are in housing need, and more people need adult social care. I mean, the most obvious contradiction is the one that talks about how we shouldn't be using reserves to balance our budgets, but then asks us to use reserves to balance the budget. Not sure anything much more needs saying on that one. I was glad to hear Sam talking about the environment and climate change, because I couldn't see much in here that actually suggested any alternatives or any particular proposals on that. And it has been noted that the Conservative group has opposed many of our schemes to improve air quality in the borough. You talk about needing a cultural change, needing to bring people with us, needing to involve the community. That's absolutely correct. Join us in that. Don't campaign against the positive changes we need. Talk to your residents like we do. No, you are campaigning against
Excuse
it.
me. Yeah.
You are campaigning against it. So, for those reasons, I am obviously going to vote against this amendment.
Thank you, Catherine Don. May I now invite the Councillor Musiso, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read a quote from the outgoing leader of the Labour group. He said that Hounslow Council has been one of the worst affected authorities by the pandemic. He said that a few weeks ago. Why? Because it's one of the least prepared for this eventuality. It was one of the least prepared in terms of its structures, least prepared in terms of its leadership, and least prepared in terms of its finances. The truth is out there for all of us to see, because this council, as we've seen tonight, this cabinet is in chaos. People are resigning left, right, and center. People are not being selected for their seats again. And what Councillor Dennison has just showed us is that there's a massive amount of mistrust, mismanagement, and misconduct in this cabinet. Today's announcement is seismic, and Councillor Curran's looking at me right now. It is seismic. Your own colleague in your ward calls you, says that the dark side of you is not worthy to be looked at by the public. All right? So look what you've done so far here in Chiswick. You have closed roads. You've blockaded people. You've ignored every conceivable request to listen, to talk, to reverse some of the schemes. And then you've then doubled down. And for the last 12 years, council tax has gone up by 21%. That means the average person is £300 worse off under this administration. So what's the alternative? Our budget, our alternative budget, is the way forward, because we are emphasizing that we want to work collaboratively with other groups and other local communities so that we can save money for our constituents. Councillor Rajawat talks about blaming this, that, and the other, including austerity, his favorite word. Only said it once today. Well done, mate. But let's have a look at what exactly the support you have received just for businesses, not the population, just businesses. The coronavirus grant funding in total, you've had nearly £500,000 in Omicron hospitality and leisure grants. You've had £10 million in additional restriction grant. You've had £10 million in restart grants. You've had £30 million in local restriction support and Christmas support. And then you've had 36 million in small business grants. That's combined with retail and hospitality as well as leisure. You've also had £1.6 million of discretionary grant. Total of £3.2 billion of funding for local governments in this country. The council is actually sitting on unspent grants as this budget is being delivered. So, once again, this administration is about blame, 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 blame. And Mr. Mayor, a decent salary for an average person in Hounslow is £31,000. That's exactly the minimum amount of money the cabinet is getting in expenses. Let that sink in for 1 second, because the majority of this cabinet is sitting on full-time employment plus the £31,000 on top of that. Labour members pretend as though they have the compassion they have the monopoly of compassion. But unfortunately, you don't. If you really had compassion, you would be saving our residents some taxpayers' money, especially as the cost of living is going up. So stop it with the fake compassion. If you really want real compassion, look at our alternative budget, because we're saving money for our residents, we're listening to our residents, and we're responding. You've been ignoring us, ignoring residents, ignoring councillors, and even ignoring officers' advice. That's what this government, this administration is all about. This budget is a massive letdown for our people, for our residents. 10 councillors, I believe, could be out of their role.
Excuse me, you've got 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. 10 councillors, I believe, in the Labour group are disquietly displeased with this administration. We've seen tonight by resignation of Councillor Dennison, which I paid tribute to, and it's almost like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. And now the captain is abandoning ship. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Musi. So please you all pay attention, please. Here, do not disturb while other member are speaking. May I now invite Councillor Steve Curran, please?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was ready for the usual cut and thrust of this budget meeting, of course, and that's only right and proper. But the last comment from Councillor Ciso, he should be ashamed of himself. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should look yourself in the mirror and be ashamed of yourself, because I've already said the reason that I'm not standing again is for health reasons. How dare you say I'm abandoning ship? You should be ashamed of yourself. And I'll say it again. I've said it before in this chamber. You have learned nothing, absolutely nothing, since you became a councillor. You have no judgment whatsoever. You have no compassion. You have no empathy. You are a disgrace to the Tory party. An absolute disgrace for what you just said. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Anyway, let's get back to business. Let's get back to some serious discussions. Unlike Catherine Dunn, I was delighted to see this budget because it's not on the back of a cigarette packet. So this is the first time since 2010 we've seen more than one side. And it's in blue, they got that right. Don't worry about the cost with the printing of that. We'll stomach it. And it's a few pages. And like my colleagues, comrades have already said, it's not worth a light, really. Not worth a light. And what...
Councillor Musi, please go ahead.
And what it's demonstrated again, a complete, because they've not been in power since 2000, lack of understanding. The world has moved on. We have moved on. The council has moved on. The residents have moved on. And the businesses have moved on. We're in a different world now. And we are a prudent council. We always have been. Councillor Todd quite rightly mentioned about voids. That's a given figure at any time. It changes on the daily, weekly, monthly basis. Some of those voids are in Lorraine Road, in Chiswick, Strand on the Green. We're refurbishing all of them, but on the books, they're down as voids. But we spent millions of pounds refurbishing. It's a whole street refurbished, and they'll be open soon. So the voids is a number that changes all the time. There could be structural voids. They're because there may be issue with the tenant moving in. It changes every day. It's smoke and mirrors again. And I go back to history because we should learn from history. They talk about the money we spent on management. During the austerity period between 10 to 14, we did make cuts. We made savage cuts to staffing and to our structures. And we now need to put that money back to deliver the exciting proposals we're being put through in this budget and what we've done previously. So we'll take no lessons from them. And I do want to repeat it because it'll be the last chance. How much was it they paid the consultants? Amrit will know. How much was it, Amrit? 5.3. So 5.3, they paid consultants to tell them how to run the council. And where's Jagdish Shah? Jagdish. How much was that guy getting paid to tell Peter Thompson what colour shirt to wear, what colour tie? I think it was over 100,000. First thing he did was sack him. Let's talk about ferries. Do you remember those ferries that didn't exist, but we paid millions and millions of pounds. The millions and millions of pounds on PPE. We flew a Hercules to Turkey to pick up all the PPE. The Turks didn't even know it was coming till it came down the runway. Lucky it wasn't shut down. But hey ho, so they filled it up with PPE. They brought it back. The NHS looked at it and it said, we can't use it. It doesn't meet the standards. No one checked it. Millions and millions of pounds. Day in, day out, they have wasted. And they have the cheek to sit here and put this tissue paper. Where is it? I've lost it. It's so small, I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Their alternative budget. That's it. Since 2010, we're now in 2000. It is 22, isn't it? That's all they've got. It is in blue, though, so that is the real significant. change.
Councillor Steve Curran, we got 30 seconds. I know you have had some.
I'll just take a sip of water. I think,
Mrs. Please, do not
I mean,
interrupt,
to you
please.
all, I am going to miss some of this. Not all of it. I'll miss you guys and my guys over there. I won't miss you. I will miss the rest of them. Some very fine councillors on the opposition, very fine councillors. Others who've been a short time haven't learnt a thing, and you know who they are. It's a shame. I commend this budget. I commend Shantanu. He's been excellent financially since he took over the portfolio. He's managed that budget line by line, account code, cost centre. Every day he's working on that. We've made tremendous strides with our budget, and we're a council that will deliver. We are progressive, we are prudent, and I'm absolutely grateful to all of the councillors on my side, particularly Shantanu, who steered us through the most difficult financial period. Well done, everyone on the Labour side. And this, I'm afraid, is where it should be. I'm going to put it in the round bin soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Steve Curran. May I now invite Councillor Michael Dennis, please.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, the Conservative councillors are the opposition group on the council, are working to hold the administration to account and being a critical friend whilst getting the best for our residents. Our borough is a beautiful area to live, work, socialise, but we want to change how the council serves our residents so it can do a better job. And as a council, we are preparing the years of fiscal policy, a budget. So we want a budget that works for residents across the borough. There is no doubt our borough is divided. Not enough investment is placed in the poorer parts of our community. So we must push forward a levelling up agenda, which will make the council spending more equitable, sustainable and stable. But what we do not want is an increased burden on residents. This means a 0% increase in council tax. Over the years, your Conservative councillors have argued against any increase in council tax, and we do so this year too. It is simply not fair on residents, especially after 2 years of suffering the effects of a pandemic, to demand more money from them. Conservative policy is to invest fairly whilst keeping the interests of residents in mind at all times as a priority. For the last decade, which the Labour Party have controlled Hounslow, and they have blamed the central government for every reverse and decline, but not themselves. They have presented budgets which have passed each year through the use of reserves as council departments overspend. Spend, spend, spend. To feed their spending spree, the Labour administration is asking residents to give. Enough is enough. We cannot burden residents with more costs when what we should be doing is easing the difficulties our communities are facing, especially when we are trying to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The council has millions in reserves that can be used to fill the spending gap rather than increase the council tax. The council should also do more to share our services with other authorities so we can get economies of scale, more expertise employed, and can therefore get better value for money whilst becoming more efficient in how we deliver services. There are key priority areas that any council budget should consider. Some of these areas are protecting our vulnerable adults and children, investing in affordable housing, without marching into the green belt, keeping our streets clean and safe, fighting climate change, and delivering an excellent education to our residents. This is what the Conservative group focuses on and will continue to focus on when deciding where the council should spend residents' money this year. What are the alternatives? We detail these in our amazing alternative budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael Denison. Thank you. May I now invite Councillor
Candice Atherton, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to put it on record that I'm one of the people who is stepping down from the council. But I just want to make it really, really clear that my choice about stepping down from the council is absolutely nothing to do with how this administration has been run over the last 4 years or over the last 8 years. I am hugely proud of the work that we've done in such difficult times. I was so happy to be elected in 2014, but then to discover that the first thing that we've got to do is try and find £170 million of savings because of austerity and because of what the government is asking local authorities to do. It's great to hear. It's great to hear from the opposition how much you care. You care about the vulnerable and you care about the poor and you care about the west of the borough. I've served for 8 years now in Hanworth Ward, which is the most deprived ward in Hounslow. And I look around at the people I'm trying to help and it's desperate. I'm so proud that I can talk to them about skills escalator schemes. I can talk to them about how to apply for affordable housing if they meet the criteria. I can talk to them about support schemes. I can talk to them about the mentoring schemes that we offer. I can talk to them about their mental health, and I can talk to them about the talk and walk things that they can go on. And I can talk to them about all the social stuff, that social prescribing that the GPs provide for them. There's so much that we've done everything we can to try and mitigate the awful barrage of poverty that has been put on them because of this government thinking that austerity was going to pay for the debt of this nation and allowing them to just fall behind. And then you say that we're not prepared for the pandemic and that's why we suffered the most. We have sat across in meetings about our community and about one of the reasons why we have been so impacted by the pandemic. And that is because we are an amazingly diverse group of people, and our diversity, our ethnic diversity, is one of the reasons why we suffered. Look at all those people who were dying at the beginning of the pandemic. Also, look at us where we're right next to the airport. That's one of the biggest reasons. You can't tell us it was because we weren't prepared. It's because of where we're located. It's because of the jobs people are in, the low-paid jobs that people are in. People in low-paid jobs because the government allows those things. Look at the minimum wage raise recently. It's a pittance. We have fought for much better minimum wage. I am proud that we're a London living wage employer. We became a London living wage employer under our leader, Councillor Steve Curran. Not all councils do that, and lots of Tory councils don't provide London living wage to their people. But we are proud that we do that, and it does cost money. We've had to find money. We've had to make really difficult decisions, and we've done that, and we're proud of what we've done. But we still sit and we see our residents, and we have the same casework as you. Potentially, we've got a lot more casework as you with people who are, because we're representing some of the deprived communities of our borough. And what they need is money in their pockets. They're working 2 jobs and it's not paying. That's not acceptable in 2022 that both of your parents could be working, but you can't afford to live and you have to choose between heating and eating. That is not because of this administration. That's not because of a Labour local authority. And look, I lead on adult social care. And the people who need adult social care support are some of our poorest people in our community, because we have a government that allows that. If you have to decide to make a really difficult decision to care for your family, then you have to take a pay cut if you want to be a carer. That's absolute nonsense. And you have to only work a certain amount of hours. Where does that come from? It comes from central government. So we offer support to those people. We try and make sure that everyone is getting the amount of money that they're entitled to. We sit and we spend time with them and we look at what they can afford. But all of these things would be so much better if it wasn't constantly mitigating what comes from central government. So we will continue to blame central government. I would love to be a councillor for the last 8 years and have a Labour government, and we'd be working hand in hand, and we could do so much more. But I'm proud of what we've achieved, and I'm proud of our ambition, and we'll continue going forward like that. It's so easy to present something alternative and say that you can do this and you can do that when you know that you're not going to get in power. It's really easy. It's a bit like, when you're expecting a baby and you're going to be a perfect mum, but the reality is it's really, really tough, and you need lots of support, and you need central support is what you need. So I just think a lot of what's been said today in this alternative budget is just not real. I mean, people have talked about, you shouldn't be spending reserves, and you've and highlighted the fact that you've sort of contradicted yourself on spending reserves. But the main point I wanted to make is that my reason for standing down is absolutely nothing to do with how this administration has been managed over the last 4 or 8 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Candice Atherton. Now, may I invite now Councillor Kuldeep Thak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one small clarification before I say something. It's on page 137, the charges of swim school child direct debit. It says the current charge is 25.30. My daughter goes to this class, and the current charge is 24.95. It says the increase will be 26.56. I've already received an email from Lambton Leisure about the proposed charge, which they will be charging from 1st April, which is 26.19. So I want to know who is deciding these fees and charges. Are we deciding it, or Lambton Leisure is free to decide these charges?
Good question. Any answer?
Councillor Gupta, I think you can raise this issue on the substantive budget. This is alternative. So I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the only way of talking amendment. It's too early. You can raise this thing later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, then I would like to continue with what I wanted to say. This year, we are coming out of a pandemic. And investing in a post-pandemic society should be the priority of any local authority, putting the needs of residents first. This is the driving force behind this alternative budget that the Conservative group has presented. This is not the year we should be asking residents to foot the bill for the council's increased spending plan, but it should be the year we cut our costs while ensuring we deliver good services to all across the borough. Cutting costs does not and will not mean the services provided to residents are reduced or negatively impacted, because in this alternative budget, we have shown we can carry our service serving. We can carry on serving you, but without it costing you more. It has always been the Conservative group's intention to invest in the right areas at the right time to ensure residents have better value for their money. Should this budget be approved by the Borough Council, it will mean residents will not need to pay any more council tax than they do now for the next year or so. They can also keep their hard-earned money on what they need and what they want. Once we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, we can then revisit our fiscal plans to ensure we drive our borough to a successful future that makes it the best place to live, work, and relax in the whole of London. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Kultak. Thank you. I think that's all the debate gone through. Anybody? Oh, sorry, Miss Alan Mitchell. Councillor
Sure.
Alan Mitchell, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, mention was made earlier of an administration that's been in power since 2010, but I think a few of us on this side were thinking of another administration that's been in power since 2010 that gave us a decade of austerity, not 2 or 3 years, when there was no magic money tree. Then a few years later, along comes Boris Johnson, and he's got a forest of magic money trees and a levelling up agenda stolen from the Jeremy Corbyn songbook. But now in 2022, it's back to the, sorry, there ain't no magic money tree. And that means for a lot of our public services and our public servants who work in them in the coming financial year, they will be facing up to 30% behind inflation in terms of pay. That's their experience of the last decade. And against the backdrop of that, we have maintained services in this authority and given people what they need at the time they've needed most in the toughest period since World War II. And that is why I intend to stick with our budget tonight and why we should recommend it to this borough and to our residents when we go and see them in May. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alan Mitchell.
Now, may I invite the Councillor Theo Denison, please?
Doing it again, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to sit this one out, but I think we've had a number of examples that are well worth noting. Firstly, from Candice, who I think epitomises more than anybody, perhaps, the loss that we are going to face as a council and as a community when good people are no longer serving them as their councillors. I think the community of Hanworth has been blessed. This council has been blessed by people like Candice, who have given their all to the future of our community. And sadly, there are many others that we'll be losing in May as well, come what may, and irrespective of what party wins. Now I like a political ding-dong, I think at least, as just about anybody else. I think it's fun, and this is our set-piece debate of the year. And Candice has given us a fine example of what a speech ought to be like, and so has Alan. But let's be quite clear, seeing the world through a party political prism, everybody on the other side is bad, everybody on our side is good, is simplistic nonsense. Now, don't cheer too quickly. I don't think your alternative budget is that great, but at least you put some time and effort into it and you've discussed it as a group. We had 5 minutes before this meeting to agree a budget that was already printed and distributed. We got lectures online about what this budget was going to be, and it was so tedious. And apologies, Clive, I know you put it together because you've done a fantastic job as far as this budget is concerned under very pressing circumstances. And I am well aware that there are certain members of the Labour group and of the Cabinet who have contributed well to its formulation. But overall, of the vast majority of Labour members, we've had pitiful role in its formulation. It has not allowed us to tell you or the public about our values and what we ought to be doing, which is why it has got stuff in it that stinks and it should not be there. And it was the responsibility of this administration, of our leadership, to ensure that we would listen to members of the Labour group, that we would listen to the community before we press ahead with things. It is a principle of good local government that a council is dependent on the quality of its councillors, on the quality of its officers, and the quality of its community and its involvement. Without those three, we are lost. We have some of the finest council officers in the country. We have brilliant local residents up and down from Hanworth, but also to Chiswick, and they deserve to be listened to wherever they come from and whatever party they choose to support. So I want to warn you all, this council needs to stop going backwards.
Excuse me, Councillor Denison. Councillor Denison. Councillor Denison, please. Just on the point only, please. Do not go outside the point. Thank you.
And on the budget, and on every budget, it cannot be something that is stitched up in private because no one really cares about it. We all care about it. We all have a stake in it. And the last thing the Labour Party can afford to do is go back to the old style of managing a borough, because we are the big party, the monster party, the strongest party. Might is not right. Might is never right. And I will not accept this failure to avoid the year-on-year council tax rate rises that once upon a time used to bedevil the Labour Party, because it shows an absence of thought and effort. We cannot do that. And we certainly can't go around having year-on-year council tax rises going along with year-on-year increases in councillors' allowances. That shows nothing about our values. And it is essential that we do not go in that direction. We have an opportunity.
Councillor Theo Denison, we are debating on the alternative budget. Substantive will be later on. So please, do not pick up that one. That will have the time later. Thank you.
We have an opportunity at the next election to look to the future and look to an improvement of our borough. And that cannot be going back to a sloppy, lazy Labour Party that does not trust its values and trust our residents and our members. We must be going back to
Councillor
a
Theodore,
democratic party.
you got 30
Otherwise,
minutes.
we will
30
be lost.
seconds, please. You got 30 seconds. Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Theodore. Now, just hold on there. Now, may I invite Councillor Giles, please?
Thank you very much. Like many this evening, I hadn't intended to speak. The alternative budget isn't the first one, but I feel like I need to use the opportunity to set a couple pieces straight. There's a few things that coming into the borough and being a councillor 4 years ago, I was looking forward to. I was looking forward to some sort of debate. I was looking forward to actually having some sort of challenge of thought and kind of scrutinizing what was going through. And what we've seen time and time again at every borough council is this blame on things that we cannot control in this place. So blaming government, looking at historical things. Actually, we're here now, and there are things that we can do in the here and now that can really benefit our residents. We all have people who need help, regardless of where they live here, but they choose to live here because they've lived here, they work here. There is, many things that are commendable in Hounslow. I'm very proud to have grown up here and be able to represent the ward that I grew up in. And that is something that I feel quite honoured to do. And I feel like there is a passion within many of the councillors in this room. But I have to speak to the alternative budget, and this is something that we have done. We have done year on year in various forms and have been slated because we are the other side. We don't have the support of all the all the officers that the administration does. We do work this. We are all volunteers in this place. This isn't something we do on a full-time basis. And so we do have access, but we have to make time. We don't get the remuneration that cabinet members do. We have time and time again at this meeting year on year spoken to the budget and the fact that council tax has been increased alongside, as Theo said, those SRAs, which are actually shocking. And whether it is a sign of leadership or not, or a leadership style, should we say, that I won't necessarily agree with, there are some things that, I'm very glad that hopefully going into the next administration we won't have, as a result of some things that have been said this evening. So it may not be a 400-page budget with line-by-line items. We have spoken to service charges over the last 4 years. Those have continued to go up. We haven't really said much about that in this budget, but there are always ways that we can be clever and we can be efficient to deliver the best for our residents, because ultimately that is who we are here to serve. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Giles. Now may I invite the Councillor Danish, please. Danish, Councillor. Oh, Sahin, sorry, Councillor Sahin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to correct a little point that Councillor Dennison made, and it's a subtle one, but it's one of language. He talked about the Labour Party and he used the word we. Well, forgive me, but Councillor Dennison, but haven't you already resigned? And you talk about being collegiate and listening. You've done nothing to be collegiate with your own colleagues, but try to undermine their hard work. And I would invite you to cross the floor, but it seems like you're already sitting over there anyway.
Thank you very much, Councillor C. I think that's all now. The member, you all have the opportunity to view your point. We now need to move forward. Now it's coming to the concluded of the debates, and now I would like to invite the Councillor Santona Razabeth, if you want to sum up.
No, not yet.
Okay.
So I do the recorded vote on the amendment.
No.
Recorded vote on the
Okay. Now, okay. All right, then. So now we are going to record it, a vote on this alternative amendment. So you can sum up on the alternative discussion. It's not your, but the alternative. Yeah, you can sum up if you wish. Yeah, if you wish. If you don't want, then that's okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was going to be a long night. Might as well make it slightly longer as well. So, yeah, I thought I'd start by just sort of putting correct some myths that have been offered from our opposition. You know, they talk about the council tax increase cumulatively. Let me tell them inflation increased by 37.7% since 2010. So I'm not going to take any lectures from Councillor Mashisho on the council tax increase. And we know that inflation hits the poorest the most. So maybe when they get that under control, we can have a discussion about council tax increases. I've also been reminded by the leader that not a single house has been built on the Greenbelt. So what they're talking about in their alternative, I have absolutely no idea. And I just remind them on the special responsibility allowances, they bleat on about it repeatedly. The biggest increases went to the opposition groups. Now, perhaps they want to stand up and tell us how many of them have rejected the increase or paid any of it back. Oh, did they pay it to charity? We can't prove that. So let them suffer under their own hypocrisy there. But nonetheless, you know, I have to congratulate them. They have produced an alternative budget and they believed it enough to release it 5 hours before the meeting, not an hour like in previous times. And, you know, it's the normal thing, pillage reserves, so that if it's not there next time, they can cut the service and, you know, that's all fine. And then get rid of staff because, you know, obviously they worked too hard during the pandemic, protecting the most vulnerable. You know, let's punish them because that's the way you do it. But you know what? I agree with everything on the Labour side that's been said so far, but there is a sinister backbone to this. This alternative budget sets the scene for what they want to do when they won't take the administration in May. It completes the job that Councillor McGregor started between 2006 and 2010, where he invited KPMG to pillage staff. Do you spot the themes here? And I fear that if they are allowed to continue with this, Councillor McGregor will go all the way. And Hounslow will become the Hounslow branch of Capita PLC, and all our services will go to the private sector, and all service standards will be lost. It was rejected once, Councillor McGregor, in 2010. It will be rejected in May again, and we will not be supporting this alternative budget.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Sandanu Raswat, for the sum up. We now move to the vote for the alternative budget. Yeah? We got the vote now. So alternative budget only. Can I have a vote? Alternate budget for is a recorded vote. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As required by the legislation, this needs to be a recorded vote, and I will call each member in turn. And if you would say whether you were for, against, or wish to abstain in relation to the alternative amendment that's been submitted and debated this evening. So I'll start, if I may. Councillor Aksa Hamid.
Against.
Councillor Mahdi Arasim.
Against.
Councillor Candice Atherton.
Against.
Councillor Arlene Hartwell here.
Against.
Councillor Patrick Barr. Oh, pardon me, sorry. Councillor Lily Bath.
Against.
Councillor Joanna Biddulph.
For.
Councillor Tom Bruce.
Against.
Councillor Samia Chowdhury.
Against.
Councillor Kamal Chowdhury.
Against.
Councillor Banna Chopra. Not here either. Councillor Mel Collins.
Sorry, you missed Councillor Unsa Chowdhury.
Pardon me, Councillor Unsa Chowdhury. Pardon me, Councillor Chowdhury.
Against, thanks.
Councillor Mel Collins.
Against.
Councillor Steve Curran. Against. Councillor Theo Dennison.
Abstain.
Councillor Michael Dennis.
For.
Councillor Catherine Dunn.
Against.
Councillor Richard Eason.
Against.
Councillor Richard Foote.
Against.
Councillor Adriana George.
Against.
Councillor Gabriella Giles.
For.
Councillor Ranjit Gill.
For.
Councillor Ajmer Garwal.
Against.
Councillor Pritam Garwal.
Against.
Councillor Shivrav Garwal. Not here. Pardon me. Councillor Vikram Garwal. Councillor Sam Hearn.
For.
Councillor Hanif Khan.
Against.
Councillor Afsal Kiani.
Against.
Councillor Gurmil Lal. Councillor Guy Lambert.
Against.
Councillor Kulik Malik. Councillor Amrit Mann.
Against.
Councillor Gerald McGregor.
For.
Councillor Sheed Merban.
Against.
Councillor Hina Mir. Councillor Alan Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Ron Mashiso.
For.
And Councillor Davina Ram.
Abstain.
Councillor Shantanu Rajwat.
Against.
Councillor Danish Saeed. Councillor Steve Sampson. Councillor Salman Shaheen.
Against.
Councillor Jagdish Sharma. Councillor Ragwinder Sidhu. Councillor Corinna Smart.
Against.
Councillor Karen Smith.
Against.
Councillor Sohan Samura. And yeah, I missed it. Sorry. Councillor Kuldeep Tak.
For.
Councillor John Todd.
For.
Councillor Mohammed Himer.
Against.
And finally, Councillor Bishnu Gurung.
Against.
Mr. Mayor, that amendment is not carried.
Thank you. And now the announcements. That's the alternative budget is lost. Okay. Now, thank you very much all the members who take part in here. We got still on the table the another amendment. So I would like to invite
Mr.
again
Mayor,
with the
point of order, Mr. Mayor. Do we need to suspend standing orders to complete business? Can I move that?
I think on this budget meeting, we don't need the standing order to stand down. So we will go as and as. That's all right. Thank you. We got the on the table is another amendment, second amendment. So I would like to invite the Councillor Theodanis to propose the your alternative budget. Thank you. And you got 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This budget relates to the council tax reduction scheme, paragraph P of the budget report, and the proposals to withdraw assistance to some of the most vulnerable members of our community. I have to say, I'm very grateful and slightly surprised by Councillor McGregor's offer to look at this again should a Conservative administration be formed after the next election. Though, of course, that's not something either I would necessarily wish or that would necessarily occur. I am, though, very struck by the fact that there is no similar offer, no similar consideration, nothing but a deafening silence from the administration, who have the ability to change this at their whim to offer a similar level of generosity to these people. In fact, this is now, I think, the fourth time in my time as a councillor that I've actually had to stand and argue against the principle that the council tax reduction scheme should be made worse than it was when it was originally brought in. It was bad enough when it was originally brought in, and on 4 occasions, Labour members, listen to that, Labour members have sought to cut the council tax reduction scheme. They did it first when actually Ruth was a member of our council, on a proposition put forward by the Labour organiser on the basis that it would be better to cut it that year rather than the following year because it was an election year. And I remember the impact of that cut as far as residents in Sion was concerned. because people simply can't pay what they ain't got. And that principle really, really ought to be something we never, ever abandon, which is why I was pleased in 2014 that we were able to bring the council tax reduction scheme back up to where it had been when we started. And since then, there have been a number of attempts to change it, and those have all been defeated. Last year, I had to call this ridiculous proposal in. It was planning to take £7.1 million out of the pockets of people who simply cannot afford to pay that money to this council. It is a lazy way of trying to close a budget gap, and it's a way that simply doesn't work because you cannot fill a budget gap with the debts of other people. It might be a great accounting trick, but it simply doesn't work in real life. So I am saddened to see that my last speech in this council chamber as what was a Labour councillor, I know the difference between the we as a group, all people together, and we only as Labour Party people. And I'm afraid you need to learn an awful lot more, Salman. But we is not just the Labour Party. We has to be bigger than that. Okay, so let me be quite clear. This is a simple proposition to withdraw that. Not a single costing is put against this, so this costs us nothing to withdraw paragraph P. Cost us nothing because you didn't put it into the budget and you didn't put it into the consultation. No one knows how many thousands of pounds will be ripped out of, in essence, debt on poor people. Please break that whip, break that silence, and reject the proposal to reduce the council tax reduction scheme and the help we give to the poorest in our borough. Most of us on all sides of this council, in every single ward of this council, sought when we stood, I hope, to do some good for our communities. This is a concrete proposal that you could make, a concrete difference you should make for our poorest members of our society. And I implore you to do it today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Theodenison. Right. Now I would like to invite the Councillor Davina Ram for the second.
I would like to reserve my right to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Corinne Smart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I propose that the vote on this amendment now be put.
I will second that.
I second that.
Second that.
We've got the seconded already.
Appeal to you, Mr. Mayor, to reject it.
Okay. We will carry on debating on this one. Then I will.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Just
Mr.
hold
Mayor.
on. Hold on.
On a point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you have to put this to the vote.
Yeah. Okay. Just what?
I have a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me. Just hold on a second.
Point of order.
Hold on a second. Let me finish. Then I will come back to your point of order. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Corinne Smart has put the proposal. And do we have any seconded, please?
Yeah, I've seconded.
Councillor Bruce is seconded. Okay. Now I'm come back to the Councillor McGregor. What is your point of order?
I attended this meeting on the basis of an agreement that there would be no move to the vote without the permission of the leaders of either party. And that was part of an agreement I had about the way we were conducting this debate. Now, Councillor Smart is obviously not privy to that agreement, but I regard this as constitutional malpractice of the worst kind if this is put to the vote, because we need to hear the amendment. All budget amendments need to be heard and debated.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Let me find out this thing. Just hold on a second.
Yeah. So sorry. So I mean, I'm not privy to the, what the it's been discussed between parties, but that's not actually a constitutional point. The for what Councillor Smart's raised for it to be put, that can happen any time during the process, I'm afraid. I mean, that is in the rules and that can be done.
Thank you. Now you've heard from our legal expertise. So your point of order is noted. So this we are carrying on for the proposal that already on the table. Now I would like to move that to our chief executive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As indicated by the monitoring officer, the vote needs to be put, and since this is a matter subject to the council and is a budget matter, the same arrangements will apply. Well, I will answer.
Sorry, no. Sorry, no, I was just going to say, but we do need to then vote on, yes.
We need a vote on that motion, the motion will be put. So could we have a vote on that?
Just point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
We have done the point of clarification already.
I want a clarification as an elected councillor. I need a clarification.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. How are we going to vote on something that we have not debated? That is so undemocratic. We've got the public watching. Can I have some clarification on that point, please? Because I'm not going to vote on something where it has not been debated.
Councillor Masiso, we got the legal team here, expertise. Let Rachel to answer your question.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Mshisho. I mean, that is, I hear what you've said there, but in terms of what the rules say, that's what it does provide. That's the way it works, and those are the rules that we operate under. So I'm sorry about that. That is what it says. If it's, well, that's kind of what's in the Constitution. So that's what we're guided by. I'm sorry about that.
I think what I suggest is, if you are still unclarified on this matter, you could speak with our legal department after the meeting or any other time. But now we have to follow the rules as is said. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay. Now the motion is put on there. So shall I have the on the motion for 4?
Yeah.
For the motion to be put on the vote.
Mr. Mayor, could you clarify, are we voting on the procedural motion that this motion be now put, or this matter be now put, or on the substantive amendment? I believe we're speaking on the procedural motion only, which has been moved by Councillor Corinna Smart.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Okay, so we got now the proposal of that Corinna Smart put, we got the seconded and the proposal. So we are asking for the vote for 4. You got it here? Thomas, okay? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, can I have against, please? Thank you. Thank you. Any abstain? Thank you. Now proposal is carried. Thank you. Now, yeah, we get the vote on the amendment. Shall I ask to the Chief Executive to take over, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is on the amendment which has been tabled this evening, proposed by Councillor Dennis and seconded by Councillor Ram. So as with the previous amendment, I will call out each member in turn. If you could indicate whether you are for the amendment, against, or wish to abstain. Councillor Aksa Ahmed.
Against.
Councillor Madia Asim.
Against.
Councillor Candice Atherton.
Against.
Councillor Harleen Atwell here.
Against.
Councillor Lily Bath. Councillor Joanna Bidoff.
Very much for.
Councillor Tom Bruce. Councillor Samia Chowdhury. Councillor Kamal Chowdhury.
Against.
Councillor Unsa Chowdhury.
Against.
Councillor Mel Collins.
Against.
Councillor Steve Curran.
Against.
Councillor Thea Dennison.
For.
Councillor Michael Dennis.
For.
Councillor Catherine Dunn.
Against.
Councillor Richard Eason.
Against.
Councillor Richard Foote.
Against.
Councillor Adriana George.
Against.
Councillor Gabriella Giles.
For.
Councillor Ranjit Gill.
Definitely for.
Councillor Ajmal Garwal.
Against.
Councillor Pritam Garwal.
Against.
Councillor Vikram Garwal. Councillor Sam Hearn.
For.
Councillor Hanif Khan.
Against.
Councillor Afsal Kiani.
Against.
Councillor Gumal Lal. Councillor Guy Lambert.
Against.
Councillor Kulik Malik. Councillor Amrit Mann. Councillor Gerald McGregor. Councillor Sheeda Merban.
Against.
Councillor Hina Mir. Councillor Alan Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Ron Mashiso.
For.
Councillor Davina Ram.
For.
Councillor Shantanu Rajawat. Councillor Danisha Saeed. Councillor Sue Sampson. Councillor Salman Shaheen.
Against.
Councillor Jagdish Sharma. Councillor Ragwinder Sidhu.
Against.
Councillor Corinna Smart.
Against.
Councillor Karen Smith.
Against.
Councillor Kuldeep Tak.
For.
Councillor John Todd. Councillor Mohammed Humair.
Against.
And Councillor Vishnu Gurung.
Against.
Amendment failed.
Okay, we got the result now. The alternative budget put by the Councillor Theodonis is lost. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, all the members. We now go back to our original budget. We now move to the debate on the substantive report on the main budget that we are going to debate now. May I remind all members that you may only speak once in this part of the debate. Remember that you only once speak on this part of the debate. Thank you. Now, I would like to welcome the member on the floor. Okay. First, Councillor McGregor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The substantive motion leaves a great deal to be desired because it doesn't actually cover the sort of things that the residents of the borough actually need. We've just seen an amendment that's been lost. I'm going to return to this in the terms of item P on your main budget schedule. That's under recommendation under paragraph 1 of the budget papers which you have in front of you this evening. 1P. That's about what it's worth in terms of your hands, because you're not doing anything at all. This is a budget about the silence of the lambs. You're not listening. You're not reflecting. you're not helping. The amendment was worthy because we see the importance of delivering Hounslow out of poverty. You've had 12 years in office. 11 wards in Hounslow in the top 20% of deprivation. And we in Chiswick are very happy to shoulder the burden of the council tax when it comes to equalisation and building up better. I'm more than happy to spend and look after people who are in poverty, because the amendment would have helped the least well off and therefore those most in need. The sort of things that the Labour Party has meant, I believe, in its constitutional practice and its beliefs to actually try and deal with. But you're not. You fail. You fail again, and you keep on failing. Well, like Einstein and his research projects, get it wrong, you keep on getting it wrong. Doesn't matter how many times you do it, you still get it wrong. This is the Labour Party for you, writ large this evening. You have to answer the question which Beveridge put back in the 1940s when he was the architect of the welfare state. He said, does living off the state drive out poverty? And his answer was a resounding no. You drive out poverty by having economic progress. You drive out poverty because it's important. You drive out poverty because you want to maintain the strong human potential this borough needs. Councillor Bruce is very proud of the education attainments the schools in Hounslow make. Others are very proud of the childcare and adult care that we provide. I'm proud of being part of this Hounslow Borough Council because I believe that we should be helping the human potential. I won't talk about being passionate about this, that, or the other, because passion doesn't help. You need to have organization. But if someone said to me, what do I think about poverty? I want to do three things. I want to drive it out. I want to kick it out. And I want to remediate, because there's nobody who should be in poverty in Hounslow, in London, in the 21st century. And that does not mean weighting them down with taxation. So 1p needs to be looked at again. And I'll go back to the point I made in my earlier presentation on our alternative budget. 1p is critical to a mass of people in the borough who have no other advocacy. The only advocacy they get will be here in this chamber at this meeting. There is a pledge coming about what we'll do about people at the bottom end of the scale. And it's no good talking about national insurance rises when you've just gone through a pandemic. And you're not talking also about the national insurance rises that are going to affect employment as well, because businesses will be paying more as well as individuals. Now, you've not put that towards the equation. We need to have that fund to stop our adult social care provision becoming lost. We need to have that fund to drive out poverty in old age. We have to be rational about it. And there's no point in having Yahoo sucks going across the chamber as we've had this evening. You blame the government, we blame you, I blame Gordon Brown, you blame George Osborne. Who cares? It doesn't impact on the individual lives of our citizens. We need to get real. So we on the Conservative side have taken another view, a progressive agenda to help move the budget along. And we see that missing in that deliberate failure to support the lowest paid and the most poverty-stricken from actually ending up paying council tax. It's not good enough, it's not fair enough, there's no equity, and you're not driving up poverty. That's one of the reasons why, in many respects, I'm not prepared to support this particular budget. We need to do better, and we're not. Mr. Mayor, I urge the meeting to deny the budget and then to come back and remediate their position by adopting the budget that we offered earlier. You're not good enough.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I've got another councillor, Sam Horn, please.
Thank you, Mayor. That was a bit sudden. Thank you.
Councillor Lambert's a great bloke, but I found his criticisms of our alternative budget, certainly one of them, a bit strange. I'll just repeat a very old adage: a budget is a numerical expression of a plan. Therefore, the vision thing is very important. And talking about what our budget, our alternative budget, would deliver is essential, particularly in an election year, of course. If I look in this document, if I look for anything about our green recovery strategy, I really have to search very hard. I know this is a relatively new idea, but it is fundamental. It's fundamental to what all of us are trying to achieve, and I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this with Councillor Dunn at any stage. This document, the budget, needs to make it perfectly clear what we are spending on delivering that. I think I see a reference somewhere in one of the CapEx budgets. The problem is we don't have the accounting systems which will give us that clarity. I know half of you have fallen asleep when I say accounting systems, but it's a point that Councillor McGregor made. We need to spend some more money on these accounting systems so we can analyse down at that level and see where the money is going in these areas: energy efficiency, renewable energy, electrifying vehicle fleet, reducing employee transport, waste management, culture change and governance, sustainable investment and funding. We need to be able to pick those, if they're relevant, out of this budget pack, and we haven't got it. We don't know, are we winning or are we losing? We've given ourselves, quite rightly, 2030 to deliver. How are we doing? You know, isn't the budget a time when we say we're doing quite well and this is what we're going to do in the following year and maybe push it forward a bit? Or am I being very naive? Can I go back to Councillor Bruce and this clawback, which is on 511, page 75? My question here is, these very large balances didn't occur overnight. I'm speaking here as a governor, a long-standing governor of a primary school, the one my children attended. We work very hard to spend the money that we are given. We sometimes hold money back from one year to another because we can see changes in staffing, etc., etc. One of these, if you look at this page, you'll see one of these schools has 18% of its annual budget in stashed away. And these budgets haven't just occurred overnight. So I would ask, what is the council oversight of this area? Why is this the first budget that we see any attempt at clawback? Or perhaps I'm wrong, perhaps I've missed something. I'd also ask about these governing bodies. These may be very well run, good schools, but I would say in my school, we would be horrified to have these kind of balances. You are stealing from today's children or last year's children by not spending that money on their education. There is a terrible temptation here, and I would like Councillor Bruce, maybe not this evening, maybe to come back in writing. What is stopping those governing bodies going away and inventing some schemes, unnecessary expenditure, just to clear these balances down so that it's spent in their school rather than somewhere else? That must be the great temptation if you're sitting on hundreds of thousands of pounds of public money. It would be better, as Councillor Bruce said, to bring that money in and spend it where it's needed on central expenditure on the children who need it. If I have the time, I'd just like to go back on where we are with the budget, the actual numbers. What we asked from our residents last year was £115 million. That's what we asked for them in council tax. This year we're asking 119 million. The difference is about 4.5 million. And you've heard about these reserves. You've heard about one of them from Councillor Todd, the new homes bonus, which despite its name can be used on any expenditure. Are we really saying there is not £4.5 million in there and that you have to increase the council tax? You've gone back to the old thinking and the old way of looking at budgets.
Councillor Sam, you've got 30 seconds.
I don't really have it. I'm likely to get rather rude. You've gone back to the old way of thinking and you really need to wake up. Thank you.
It's like the schools. The money is there. It's there to be spent, not to be stashed away for future times, unless you have a really good reason for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Simon. May I now invite Tom Bruce, please?
Oh, very, very happy to. Okay, on the balances in schools, which has come up a couple of times, I think, Sam, actually, it's probably best that I do provide some sort of response. However, rather than a written response from me, I would encourage you to go back to the minutes of the Schools Forum from the last 12 years, and you could look at my contributions to that Schools Forum, those meetings that happen 4 or 5 times a year, where schools balances come up. Because this is a recurring theme where there are difficulties in schools, I say difficulties, where there are some issues with balances. And it's taken a long time to get to a position where we are now, where we are clawing back money that needs to be spent on children. I made the point earlier, and I'll make it again. It is absolutely prudent that schools keep balances. They keep some reserves for emergencies. But what it is about is making sure there is a mechanism in place, and that is what has been worked on over the last few years, in order that when that carries on for too long a period of time, it is able to be clawed back. My argument here, though, would be that the schools are much further at arm's length than the council than they used to be. And who decided to do that? It is the Tory governments of the last 12 years that decided to make more academies and more free schools, more arm's length, that the local authority do not have as much control, I use that word advisedly, on local schools than they used to. So these are difficult things that really I can't go into, and it would be, I would be talking on and on and on all evening. I would encourage you to do that, and particularly in the last 2 or 3 years, look at the Schools Forum meetings where these things have been discussed. Now, on to better and brighter things, because this has been a quite, in some ways, depressing meeting. I agree with Councillor McGregor in a way that it's, oh, well, we'll blame you and you blame them and we'll blame someone else, and it's a back and forth, and that is the cut and thrust of politics. But actually, what it does do is get away from this budget. What it does do is get away from the work of Councillor Rajawat, the leader, the finance team here at the council, all council staff, the cabinet, the councillors here, and I include the opposition in that, into be looking forward. This is a budget that looks forward. This is a budget that puts money into the hands, into the places it needs to be. The proposed rebasing, the additional contingencies are there. We're talking here. The narrative here is about making sure the most vulnerable are supported, that children with SEND can get to school, that we are able to afford that the finances are in a stable enough place that mean we can go into the future in an economically stable way. That is what this budget says. The back and forth about your budget and this something else and another proposal misses the point about what we're talking about this evening. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we have done in the last 12 years of me being a councillor, the last 8 years me being a cabinet member, particularly the last 4 years of this administration with Councillor Rajawat as the lead member for finance. We should, as a council, I'll use Theo's we, and we as a borough should be incredibly proud of what we have done and what this budget says about where we're going. And that is what I wish to support this evening. The rest of that this evening, and I was part of it somewhat, is all periphery. This is the meat and veg. This is exactly where we want to be. Councillor Rajawat, Clive, everyone involved, fantastic work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Tom Bruce. Now I would like to invite Councillor Misisu, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been reading through the budget as colleagues and opposition members have been speaking. But before I go on to that, I'd just like to address one thing, and that's that I don't like bullies. And today, this afternoon, this evening, Councillor Curran has tried to bully me, but I would not let him win. I never let bullies win. You've bullied everybody else on your side. You won't bully me. Anyway, on to
Mr.
the
Mayor, I
budget.
do object to that. He's got no justification for that statement. If he thinks I bullied him, make him a complaint to you.
I
or
will
the
be
chief
making that
exec or the
complaint.
monitoring officer.
I will be making
Enough
that.
is enough.
I will be making that
excuse me.
complaint. Don't worry about that.
Mr.
Thank you, Chair. I will be making that complaint alongside my other complaints with some of the members on the opposite side. Not just today, but in the previous occasions. Now, moving on to this budget. Now, clearly, the pages of the council budget are ginormous, okay? But I believe in small is beautiful, all right? So that's why our alternative was streamlined, just like the way we would run our administration when we're elected in May 2022. It will be streamlined. If you can't put a message on 3 or 4 pages of what your vision is for the borough, then you're not doing a good enough job. You're just building bureaucracy after bureaucracy. The second point is all these councillors talk about their compassion for the poor, their willingness to talk about how downtrodden their parts of the borough is. But when it comes to actual actions, everything is further from the truth. Nothing is closer to the truth, for example. If you really are compassionate, give up your £31,000 expenses pay. If you really are compassionate, give that up to charity. That's a serious gesture, because you did that in 2010. In 2010, you said, right, because of austerity, we will not pay ourselves extortionate amount of money until austerity is over. All right. And then during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic, when people were suffering, people losing their jobs, their loved ones, their livelihoods, and the expenses were going up, this administration, this cabinet chose to give themselves 56% pay rise. 56%. That's not compassion. You do not have a monopoly on compassion, and this demonstrates that. So we look at something like the efficiencies of some of our services. Councillor Hearn has already mentioned about recycling. For 12 years, you've remained at 31, 32%. You've tried to massage the figures to make it maybe 34, but you're back to 31, back to 32. You've tried everything. The fact is, you cannot manage waste. You have not managed waste. And I know you can come back to me with some boring figures at some point or something, but the truth is, you are still at less than 31%. Right, let's move on. We've already heard from one of your colleagues saying that you stitched up this budget 5 minutes before the meeting, and you didn't share it with anybody. And then you sent out a whip message saying, right, you better support us or you're out. That's not democracy. Where is the input of some of your councillors? Mo, have you had an input in this budget? I don't think so. I don't see your fingerprints on it at all. But yet you're voting for it. Right? So they blame everybody. They blame us. They blame central government. They even blame the milkman. They blame the moonlight. Perhaps they might even blame the boogie. Huh? How is that? Maybe that's what you might end up blaming, because you've run out of things. Austerity, you've run out of austerity. You cannot blame austerity anymore. Yes, so what are you going to blame it on now? This budget.
Councillor Messiso, you've got 30 seconds, please.
This budget is not even worth any of the what do you call it, terabyte that is printed on. Not the paper, because I didn't want to print it. I didn't want to print 34 pages. Is not worth the terabyte it's printed on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Messiso. Okay, right. Next one is I would like to invite the Councillor Candice Addison, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would have liked to have a debate on the amendment that was put that we then went to vote on. I voted against, and that is my view on the amendment. But what I would have said, and since we're talking about the whole budget here, and we have mentioned point P. I just wanted to really make it clear to Councillor McGregor, although he's, yes, oh, good. You are paying attention, very, very good. No, I just wanted to assure you, I mean, after everything you said this evening, and then you talked about passion, and you talked about there's been a lot of passion tonight. I actually think there's been a lot of passion from you tonight, and I'm inspired by your passion to tackle poverty. I want to tackle it and get rid of it as much as you do. We might just have different ways that we think that we can tackle poverty, but no, I'm glad that you really want to get rid of poverty. But I just wanted to assure you that there was a lot of time spent on this reduction scheme being revised, and it also has been fully consulted. And there's a lot of back and forth. We had a lot of presentations, and I think a lot of us had questions similar to what Councillor Dennison has raised when he was presenting this amendment, and concerns. But the main reason that this needs to be revised is that it's currently an unfair system. So because the government has failed to completely fully roll out universal credit, we have a situation where there's lots of families and individuals who are still on legacy benefits. So what has happened is that there's unfairness in this system where some people are getting more support than others just because they haven't moved over to universal credit. We've also got situations where families might be receiving council tax reduction, but they might have 2 grown-up children in their families who are earning, and they're not contributing to the household. Now, I happen to think that that's wrong. You can all come and talk to me in 20 years and see if my children are still living at home. But if they are, they will be contributing to the household. And it's, you know, it isn't right that we've got people who would be getting money from the previous reduction scheme when there's children within their family who could be supporting that household. So a lot of the emphasis of changing this scheme was about bringing fairness in. It hasn't just been a cost saving exercise. And we've raised lots of concerns. And I can assure you that the very poorest who you've talked about tonight in our community won't be paying any council tax. This is all about earned income. It's not about other income in the household. It's about what people earn. So the very poorest will still be protected by our reduction scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Candice Anderson. Now I would like to invite the Councillor Salman Sahin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to briefly say that if Councillor Mashiso thinks that this budget would take up a terabyte in data, I do have to question his maths and wonder about the quality of their alternative budget. But that's a side point. The main point I want to dwell on is on the council tax reduction scheme and the amount of spin I've heard from across the chamber on what this scheme and its revisions are about is appalling. And trust me, I'm someone who knows what spin looks like. Now, this is not some tax hike on poor people. This is a tax simplification, plain and simple. It's a move to ease the administrative burden on those who pay tax and on those who administer that tax. And it equalizes those on housing benefits and those on universal credit. This is not a tax on the poor or any regressive move. Let me tell you what a regressive move would look like. A regressive move would look like 1.5 billion off corporate tax every year while passing on cut after cut to those of us on the front lines trying to deliver services day in, day out for the most vulnerable of residents. A regressive move would look like slashing the top rate of tax for those wealthiest individuals in society whilst hiking national insurance and VAT, taxes that hit the poorest hardest. And let's not forget the bedroom tax. We haven't forgotten that. Don't tell me again how this is somehow a party of Robin Hoods. They're certainly not a party of administration.
Thank you, Councillor Salman Sain. May I now invite Councillor Guy Lambert, please?
Thank you, Mayor. You may. And a lot of my points have been made by previous people. Just to say, Ron, this is a very big budget, and you don't do a big budget like this on the back of an envelope. And it's not us doing it; it's officers doing it. The officers are doing it in great detail because that's what it deserves. Yes, that's a back of an envelope and it shows.
It's a blue one.
Yeah, it's a blue one. Yes, that's true.
Councillor
It's a blue
Masiso,
envelope.
please
No,
be quiet.
so I'm just going to come back to Councillor Masiso on recycling. When I took over in this brief in 2018, our recycle rate was 29.8%. It was 29.8% because recycling assumptions have been rebased since earlier and I'm not an expert on that. And also because we have a very clever recycling scheme, which means our recycler is very good and it really gets recycled. It doesn't end up in the sea. It all gets sold and it all gets sold for good money because we've got a very good recycling scheme. And let me tell you something else. The recycling rate in the last quarter that we have numbers for was 37.8%. So it's gone up. So in 4 years, it's gone up by 8%. And that is, I'm very proud of that. And I'm proud of our brave people in Recycle 360 who have helped us to achieve that. And I won't take criticisms of the nature that you give me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Guy Lambert. Now I would like to invite Councillor Theo Denison, please.
To honest colleagues, I really do apologise, but Candice Salmon, you really do need to look at what you are doing, unless you really seriously believe what you are doing is what you said you were doing. You know, last time this proposal for a council tax reduction scheme change came forward, at least Shan was honest. He still called it a simplification, as you've just mouthed off as well, Salmon. He still called it a simplification, but in the paperwork, it was clear, blindingly clear and obvious that the simplification would mysteriously result in a £7.1 million saving to the council. Now, it does make reference in the current proposal to administrative savings. And I have to tell you, Clive, if 7.1 million quid is an administrative saving, this time around, the Conservatives have actually got a good point. There's an awful lot that could be saved in this council. But it ain't. Sorry, mates, you're wrong. It ain't a £71 million administrative saving. It's a substantial cut in what real people receive. Yeah, it's what they will have in their pockets. It's not a simplification. It's not administrative. This is not something that will have some minor administrative saving to the council. It will have a significant change in the budget. That's why it's in the budget papers. It ain't simplification. It's not admin. If it was, Clive could have done it any day of the year, in any time of any year. And to be honest, Candice, I know you're absolutely in the right place in terms of your heart. But to be honest, the unfairness you're talking about, and there is a difference between those on universal credit and those who are not. It is therefore, you could say, you have said, it's an unfairness. But the big difference between universal credit and housing benefit, number one, is that there is a tapering system with universal credit, which was put in by a Conservative government. And I know I'm meant to be attacking them, but I'm not going to. It was put in by a Conservative government to give an incentive to people into work. It is more generous than most dumb systems of benefit, because it gives that taper to encourage people, because it doesn't whip it straight off them as soon as it's come into their pockets from work. So what you are doing by evening out that unfairness is you are taking away that incentive. It means when people go into work, they lose pound for pound what they've just spent hours trying to earn. That's why this is so wrong. That's why it's so wrong. It's not administrative. It's not unfairness. And of course, if again you had seriously discussed it, you would also see that the proposal here today is part one of a two-part proposal. This year, we are sorting out universal credit and its unfairness and simplifying it. Next year, the proposal is to deal with the subsequent unfairness because of the difference of those who are on housing benefit. So not only are you proposing today to give less of an incentive to people going to work, less money for those who do go into work to stay in work and look after their families, but you are also sending out a very clear signal that next year, if this administration does not change tack, you will be coming back for more poor people in this borough. That's why it's so important that you stop and think and do not go in that direction. Why on earth do you think somebody who's been 40 years in the Labour Party will reject this budget? It's because you are wrong, absolutely wrong. It's not a question of passion. You're just plain wrong. Get back in touch with your values. That's what you need to do. Get back in touch with your values, not in order to win power and be the masters, but get back in touch with your values so you can serve our community.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Theodenison. Now I would like to invite Councillor Amritman, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I wasn't intending to speak, but I think some of the facts or the alternative facts are being so heavily pushed that I really wanted to ask for an intervention to Ron, but resisted simply because I think the time span would have been too short. So hence, I need to put some of those corrections in. This thing about allowances, I'm not a fan of increasing allowances, but I understand why we are where we are. And I take you back, Ron, it's before your time, and I'm not having a go at you. I'm just literally stating facts. The Lauren Hardy team of Peter Thompson and Mark Bowen, we used to have allowances of about £1,000. They went from £1,000 to £5,000 under John Connolly because he did a review of the entire London allowances plan. So at that time, it was in the papers, 500% increase, 500% increase. Yet we got vilified in the papers simply because our colleagues, of which Mick Hunt was one, they did not want to increase because it was out of keeping with the socialist values, which is fine, it's admirable. But what it did do, it did put us into a pickle. Now, from the 5,000, it went to 7,500. And we're talking about 97, 98, that sort of era. As soon as the Tory administration came in 2006, those £9,000 went to £70,000 under Peter Thompson. That's what he received as leader of the council. Mark Bowen followed shortly, I think about 45,000 that he had. You cannot justify that level of increase, and that's within the Tory group. And I'm not criticizing, but I'm telling you in terms of fact, when you need to say that it's 32,000 pounds, it's got to be taken in context. So we've had £70,000, right? £70,000. Ron, hear me out. And it took Jagdish Sharma as leader of the council in 2010. He came straight in and he chopped it by half. That's where we were, and that's where we are now. And since then, there's been an incremental increase. Now, some of you will argue, why are you taking it, right? I would suggest that there is no argument on it, because if you're going to attract professional councillors, young councillors, there has to be some level of remuneration that they need to justify taking time out of their work. Now, when you get, look around. I remember the council all those years ago, and I know Tony's not here because he's younger than me, right? But I was the youngest councillor, and everybody was twice my age. Tony would argue otherwise, but anyway. But if you want a council which is white, full of middle-aged men, and you don't want to attract any other person, that's fine. But I think society has moved on, and we need to look a lot wider than where we are. And to have an increase in women, and that's admirable in the Labour Party, because every ward has one woman. I think that the Conservative Party maybe needs to consider that and visit. Yeah. So these things are going to be taken in context, and I think that having these allowances reviews are important. If you stick at a single point, don't increase allowances, sooner or later, a couple of years or 5, 6, 10 years down the line, you will have to revisit that. And the increases will be far greater, and the impact on whoever's in the council at the time will be more marked, because the increase by value would be into hundreds of percentage points. The other thing I want to sort of just briefly touch upon is my friend here, Guy, is getting picked upon about the recycling rate. I think a lot of people have missed the argument. Outer boroughs have a very high recycling rate. It is part and parcel. They're
Councillor
in the 50%.
Rahman, you've got 30 seconds, please.
Right, they're in the 50%. And the reason why they're in the 50% is because they're mainly leafy, sort of grass, everything, which is part and parcel of the acceptance of using that in the in the recyclables. What you can't use nowadays, because it's been realigned, is wood, because it's been treated and so forth, mattresses, everything else. And all the London boroughs, inner London boroughs, they're lolling around the 30%. And that's why we're in that sort of picture. And that's why I want to defend Guy. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brennan, thank you. Now I would like to invite the leader of the council, Steve Corrin, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points. So I've listened to what's been said about these revised changes to the council tax support scheme. Let's remember, it is a council tax support scheme. Its value at the moment will be around £22 million. So that's £22 million we put aside to help the most vulnerable in our communities. That is the right thing to do. We've always done that, and we always do it. The most vulnerable will be protected. And we talk about council tax, and it's been suggested we're just putting it up because we can. We don't put it up because we can. We put it up because we have to protect vital services. And just to remind everyone, since 2010, we cut the council tax twice and froze it once. We shouldn't forget that, should we? But they do, because it doesn't fit their narrative. I'm not going to make any more jokes about their blue budget and what it means, because it's really not worth it. But what's strange is they use smoke and mirrors around their budget, yet they're into minute detail about ours. But what we've done, and through Shantanu and Clive and the team, is set a very progressive budget. It will meet the needs of our residents going forward under the next administration. It will meet the needs of business. It will deal with some of the inequalities that were evident when we looked at the detail, the granular detail around the pandemic, how it affects different communities, particularly in the ethnic minority community, particularly women, particularly young people under 25, how people, their health outcomes have been affected because of their so-called socio-economic background. We've recognised all that for the work we've done in the pandemic. Our voluntary sector has recognised that. Our main partners have recognised that. And they've all come together with us to support what we see as a very progressive recovery plan. We're now moving on to the delivery side of that recovery plan. We will, and always have been, and we always will be there for the most vulnerable. That's the elderly, that's the young people, that's those in the community that need our help most. So £22 million per annum for a council tax support scheme, I think, is very good, and we should carry on it. And let's not forget, that is one of the most generous council tax support schemes, not only in London, but in the country. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of this budget. And of course, I'll be supporting it. It's the last budget that I will be able to support in this chamber. It's been an honour to do that. But what I'm most proud of, we've always thought when we set our budget, when we set the council tax, when we look at our priorities, we always think about, and they're my Labour values, they're my Labour values, and I know that most Labour members and those, I'll leave it there. I know that Labour members in this chamber share those values, and that is about looking after the most vulnerable, the weakest, the ones that need it support most, and continuing to do that year on year with our budgets. They are progressive. They do meet the needs of our residents. They do meet the needs of business. And that's why we're so successful. You know, we won in 2010, we won in 2014, we won in 2018, yet they're lecturing us about the budget. They're lecturing us. They've not been in power since 2010, and they're lecturing us, and they say they're financial experts. Financial experts. It's taken, what, 10 years nearly to get one, what, a couple of pages. Was it, how many big gigabyte was it? Can't remember now. Or trillion, oh, it's just terabyte. That was it, terabyte. And they haven't produced anything new. All they're going to do is they're going to raid the coffers, as already been said. They'll take the silver away, spend it, and then what do they do? What do they do? There's no imagination in their budget. Ours is clear, it's succinct. We know who the people are we're going to help. We know the businesses we're going to support. We know how we're going to provide jobs and apprenticeships and traineeships for our residents. We know how we're going to support schools. We know how we're going to support business. That has got to be good for our residents. That's why I'm afraid, gentlemen and women, that the residents of this borough, as I say, 210, 214, 218, and I guarantee you, in May 2022, the majority of the residents of this borough will be supporting Labour again, and I absolutely commend this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Steve Curran. I think lots of the members who all joined in the debate and they said their view. I think, do we have any more? Oh, okay. Councillor Kultak, please. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I asked a question earlier while we were discussing the alternate budget, and I was told that it will be dealt with when we return back to the original budget.
Yeah, okay. Do you mind to pick up the page and Councillor Roosevelt will.
It's page 137. The item is leisure center, swim school, child direct debit 30 minutes. The current charges mentioned in here is 25.30.
Okay.
Whereas the current charges are 24.95. The expected increase, which is proposed, is up to 26.56. I've received an email from Lempton Leisure already a day ago, which says it will be 26.19. So who is setting these charges? Is the council setting it, or is the Lempton Leisure setting it?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Kultak. Now I would like to invite Councillor Santanu Rajawat to respond this answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll write to Councillor Tack. I'll look into the detail on this. It's been a long evening.
Okay, I think you've heard from the response from Councillor Rajawat. If you are not happy with that one, then you can, speak or see Councillor Rajawat later on, and then he will explain to you briefly. Thank you. Now we have got no more member to speak out. So therefore, I would like to invite Councillor Santanu Rajawat to sum up the budget, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, with your permission, the leader of the council said everything that I was going to say. He said it better than I probably could have said it. So if it's okay with you, we'll take him as what he said as summing up.
Yeah, can we put it to a vote, please?
Yeah, okay. Then who is proposing then?
I'm proposing it.
Okay, thank you. Then we will go to the vote, right? There are 17 recommendations on this one. So I would like to invite now Chief Executive. All in one, yeah, 17 recommendation. We're going to vote for all in one. So I would like to invite the Chief Executive to lead this taking the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As with the previous two recorded votes, I'll call each member in turn And could you indicate whether you're for, against, or wish to abstain from the substantive budget before you tonight? So, Councillor Aksa Ahmed.
Against.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, 4. I vote 4. I vote 4. Sorry. Sorry.
I'll call again. Councillor Aksa Ahmed.
4.
Councillor Medea Sim. Councillor
4.
Medea. Councillor Candice Atherton.
4.
Councillor Arlene Atwell here. Okay. Councillor Lily Bath. Councillor Joanna Biddulph.
Against.
Councillor Tom Bruce. Councillor Samia Chowdhury.
4.
Councillor Kamal Chowdhury.
4.
Councillor Unsa Chowdhury.
4.
Councillor Mel Collins.
4.
Councillor Steve Curran.
4.
Councillor Theo Dennison.
Against.
Councillor Michael Dennis.
Against.
Councillor Catherine Dunn.
4.
Councillor Richard Eason.
4.
Councillor Richard Foote.
4.
Councillor Adriana George.
4.
Councillor Gabriella Giles.
Against.
Councillor Ranjit Gill.
Against.
Councillor Adma Garwal.
4.
Councillor Pritam Garwal.
4.
Councillor Vikram Garwal. Councillor Sam Hearn.
Against, but I quite like H.
Councillor Hanif Khan.
4.
Councillor Afzal Kiani.
4.
Councillor Gumil Lal. Councillor Guy Lambert.
4.
Councillor Khalik Malik. Oh. Councillor Amrit Mann.
4.
Councillor Gerald McGregor.
Against.
Councillor Sheeda Mervan. Left. Yeah. Councillor Hina Mir. Councillor Alan Mitchell.
4.
Councillor Ron Mashiso.
Against.
Councillor Davina Ram.
Against.
Councillor Shantanu Rajawat. Councillor Danisha Saeed. Councillor Sue Sampson. Councillor Salman Shaheen.
4.
Councillor Jagdish Sharma. Councillor Ragwinder Sidhu.
4.
Councillor Corinna Smart.
4.
Councillor Karen Smith.
4.
Councillor Kuldeep Tak.
Against.
Councillor John Todd.
Against.
Councillor Mohammed Amir.
4.
Councillor Bishnu Garon.
4.
That's carried.
Okay, now we've got the result and the budget is now approved. Okay, I would like to thank you all the members for this debate, and then may I also thank to the member for their input that they have made here. Thank you very much. Let's now move to agenda number, what do we are, 6 now, yeah? Okay. It's about the review of the statement of the gambling principle. So I would like to invite Councillor Catherine Dunn to propose the report, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We've had a lot of interesting things tonight, so hopefully this one will be fairly straightforward. This report deals with a review of the Council's gambling policy under the Gambling Act 2005 and the creation of a local area profile, LAP, which identifies areas in Hounslow where people are at risk of vulnerability to gambling-related harm. The policy is reviewed every 3 years, and the current policy expires at the end of April. Under the Gambling Act, the council's policy is focused on the local permits and licenses for premises where the Gambling Act applies. So that's basically betting shops. Used in conjunction with the local area profile, it will enable appropriate measures to be taken to minimise the impact of gambling from these premises in any particular area. The policy, unfortunately, cannot address national issues such as online gambling, gambling advertisements on television or any other media, and it doesn't cover the National Lottery. All of these are controlled by the Gambling Commission. So because of the increase in gambling online, there has been a reduction of gambling premises in the borough. So where there used to be almost 70, there are now only 35. But it is recognised by us that the legislation has not kept up with these technological advances and that gambling-related risks exist today that are not covered by the current regulations. As a result of this, the government is reviewing the Gambling Act this year, and of course the council will take part in any consultation that takes place around that. And we are also exploring how our preventative approach can be used to reduce the harm from gambling. The report provides information about the public consultation that took place on the draft statement. And one of the key responses that we got was a request for cumulative impact areas in areas where there's a number of gambling premises clustered together. So although cumulative impact areas are possible under the Licensing Act and are available, and we have done that for licensed premises, they're not available to us under the Gambling Act. Although that was requested, it's not something that we can do with this. But we do recognise this concern, and we're looking to address it through other means, basically through planning, using the London Plan and the Developing London Plan as a way to do this. The new gambling policy has been reviewed to reflect the introduction of the new local area profile. This looks at certain risk factors, such as where the gambling premises are located, plus demographic and socio-economic issues. For example, where we have schools and young people, and what the areas of deprivation are in the borough that would be particular drivers for gambling, to identify the areas with the greatest risk of harm, and therefore where the tightest controls should be in place. So using this mapping, areas within 4 wards have been identified as being at highest risk, and these are Hounslow Central on and around the High Street, Hounslow West around Bulstrode Avenue, Heston West around the Heston Phoenix Distribution Park, and Felton West on and around the High Street. So it's not necessarily to say that there's more harm from gambling within these areas, or that more gambling takes place in these areas, but that we recognise that there is a greater risk, or a risk of greater impact of gambling on the community there if it does take place. So the policy and the local area profile work together to minimise that risk and to protect our community. So in short, the report recommends adoption of the draft statement of licensing principles, which is Appendix 1, and noting of the local area profile at Appendix 2.
Thank you very much, Councillor Catherine Dunn. Now I would like to invite the Richard Foot for the second report, please.
I think Councillor Dunn's covered most of what is contained within the report. I think we probably need to bring to the attention that many of the residents in the borough were seeking for us to look for a cumulative impact policy covering gambling in much the same way as we do with other aspects of licensing. But the cumulative impact policy couldn't be cultured round to actually deal with that problem. And so what's been brought up is you'll see in paragraph 3.6 and various other references to the local area profile for gambling, to try and ensure that we don't get a large number of residences all coming into one area. And I think, as Catherine has identified, there are 4 areas where that vulnerability could be. So we have responded to the public outcry for a cumulative impact policy, but it is slightly different and therefore comes under this registration as the local area profile. But other than that, it's a relatively standard 4-year reference for renewal of the licensing or the gambling policy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Richard Foot. And now I would like to invite all the member to debate the report now. Thank you. Councillor Salmon. Councillor Salmon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm loath to sort of extend the length of this meeting, but I have 2 small quibbles, and they're not aggressively meant in any way at all, Councillor Dunn. One is in the risk management, and there's a generic problem I have with many of the reports issued by this council. So page 291, risk management. I think this is just too bland. What I would like to see in risk management sections is at least some work which is saying, if we really got it wrong with this report, what would be the risks to the borough and its residents? And actually the information is lying in the report, and my fingers just come out of the document, but it's in the objectives section. So I think it just shows those thought processes have gone through. My second quibble, not to be too verbose about this, I always like to see in a statement of, well, any document really, is who the document is written for. I mean, if it's just a general document for all residents, well, that's fine. But is this being written for people who wish to oppose licensing, or people who live in an area where somewhere new is opening up, or who is this document actually for? I'll say these are just quibbles. I'm sure everyone who finds this document will find it useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Samhan. Now I would like to invite Councillor Bikram Gruen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to commend Councillor Dunn and the officers for this report, and also Councillor Richard Foot as chair of the licensing committee, as someone that's served under him in that committee. I know how dedicated he is to that role. So thank you for his input on that. We know, Mr. Mayor, there's many sicknesses in society, but one of the worst ones is gambling, by far. Near enough everybody in this room will have either a family member or someone they know that was affected by gambling. I've seen countless people that have gambled their houses away, their family fortunes away, their kids' stuff. I mean, you've seen all sorts, and I'm sure I'm not alone in that as well. Yeah, if you look at the Gambling Commission's website, 43% of adults have partaked in some form of gambling in this country in the last 4 weeks alone. That's from the Gambling Commission themselves. 24 million people gambled in this country in 2020. And most surprisingly, we've spoken about a few things that have been exacerbated by the lockdown, the pandemic. Gambling was actually one of them that thrived. A third of individuals in this country started gambling for the first time during the pandemic, pretty much because they were locked up at home. There's so many ads everywhere at all times of the day on TV. And people have obviously taken a liking to it, unfortunately. We have 1.4 million gambling addicts. So, Mr. Mayor, this is something I'm incredibly passionate about, as you could probably tell. And I'm so pleased to see the work on this, particularly on looking at the deprived areas of our borough. Much has been spoken about, but we know that there are real hotspots for this. So, our high street, I remember as a young kid, used to be a real thriving place with a huge diversification of businesses and shops there. There was a point a few years ago where there was a high concentration of gambling shops there and casinos, and I know we're moving away from that, and it's something that I badger all the officers about and lead members about all the time. I'm glad that the high streets come up in this report. I'm glad that schools and areas of deprivation have also come up in this report, Mr. Mayor, and I commend it. So thank you again to Councillor Dunn and the officers involved.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Councillor Vikram. Grual. Now I would like to invite the Councillor Giles, please.
Thank you very much. I had, as a member of licensing, I took part in kind of the briefings and read the papers before. And there's been something that has struck funny with me. Funny, not ha-ha, funny, odd, in the fact that, and it kind of had this eureka moment today when we're discussing the budget and how the budget is, you know, the plan in figures of how we execute our ideas, and kind of going back to the report, and you know, we've got 122 pages, a lot of work, effort, time, money has gone into this. And I can't help but wonder that if it's proportional to the actual threat or risk of gambling. I recognise what Councillor Garrawal has said about the risks of gambling and how it can create a huge amount of stress, and I believe it to be one of the highest contributors to male suicide in the country, and I don't want to discredit that in any shape, way or form. But again, it goes back to what we as a borough can do to support the residents of our areas. And my issue with the LAP is actually effectively, it says that the areas that are higher risk are basically because it's about poverty, and unfortunately it's those two connects, and one is a cause of the other, and so it's just wondering, we've got 45-ish establishments or premises licenses in the borough, and we've now got a report that's 122 pages that has taken a huge amount of time and effort. And I don't think I would have spoken to this apart from the fact that it's understanding if we as a borough and as a council are working smart in the best interests, or whether we're actually condescending to our residents and saying, oh, well, we've done this analysis, you live in a poor area, so therefore you're at risk of gambling. And it kind of just leads me to, it just kind of doesn't sit well with me, I think, is potentially what I'm trying to say, is that if we want to support the residents, what can we do to improve? Is it about doing this analysis? We've heard that there's been consultation, and there was an outcry from residents, but we don't actually have those stats of how many respondents to the consultation are in the report, or certainly not I was able to find. And again, it goes into, are we focusing our energies in the best way to make sure that we are maximising what we are able to deliver to our residents? And that's just the point I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Giles. Now, any more member would like to speak? No? Okay. Now, I would like to invite the Councillor Catherine Dunn for sum up, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll sum up very briefly. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your comments. Sorry, who spoke first? Was it Sam? Sorry. Take your points on board. Councillor Giles, so, I mean, this is not, you know, this is not the sum total of our response to gambling in the borough. This is a statutory document and exercise that we have to undertake. Sorry, in regards to the local area profiles and the ones that have been identified as highest risks, it's not simply about deprivation, but deprivation is recognised as a risk factor, which is not to say that all, you know, poorer people are more likely to gamble. It's just a risk factor amongst others that was taken into consideration when preparing this. So hopefully that explains that. Yeah, I mean, I take your points about what's the best use of our resources, but I would just say, you know, this is something we've had to do. I think it will be able to inform our response, but it's certainly not the sum total of what we're doing to respond to the threat of problems arising from gambling amongst our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Don. Now it's time to vote again on this report. So there are 4 and 5. There are 2 recommendations on this report, and we are going to vote both of them is in once. So I would like to ask for the member first vote for the 4.
Everyone.
Thank you. It's like all unanimous. Thank you very much. Any against? Unanimous. Okay, thank you. Anyway, anybody abstain? No. Okay. Now the review of statement of gambling principle is now approved and passed. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, now let's move to the next item. Agenda number 7 is the pay policy statement 2022 and 23. So I would like to again invite Councillor Candice Atherton to propose the report, please.
Thank you very much. So this is the pay policy statement. We're asked to agree it. It's something that we have to present and agree every year since the Hutton Review of Fair Pay in March 2011. It's all about transparency and it's about accountability and ultimately it's about fairness, a fair day's wage for a fair day's work. We are asked to report on a number of issues related to pay that are related to fairness. So I'll just give you some of the top lines from the statement. Our pay multiple remains in line with our near neighbours, which I think is really important, and our pay multiple stands at 5.8. Our average near neighbour is 6.57. We have to report on our gender pay gap. We didn't have to report on this last year because of the pandemic, and I have to report that it has risen slightly, which is slightly disappointing. And the last time we reported on this was in March 2020, and we actually were at 0%, which means we had equality as far as our gender pay gap, and it's risen to 2.5. And we do expect fluctuations, and I'm sure that we can continue to do a lot of work to drive that down. Some of the things that we've been doing and are doing going forward in order to keep our eye on the pay gap is launching a mentoring and coaching scheme. This is actually a program that everyone at the council who works for the council is invited to, but there are specific elements and the skills that are there to support women, and women are obviously encouraged to join the scheme. We also have a framework where lots of conversation is created, and that's all about looking at our culture, making sure that we are psychologically safe and that women are able to flourish. So that's some really important work. And we're doing loads of work around our equality, diversity and inclusion. And it's something that's been put in as a goal and target for every performance management programme. We're also embedding our organisational wellness landmarks, which are connect, belong, grow and flourish. We've been doing lots of work with our staff. We've been doing a number of surveys to get their views, etc. And we're taking on a groundbreaking approach to leadership development as well. So there'll be a framework and pathways that will really empower women to become more represented in our leadership roles. We also gave a commitment to look at our other equality groups. When you look at the pay gap, it is 2.5. But if you try and start overlaying things such as ethnicity, then you'll see that for women from certain ethnic backgrounds, then the pay gap would be bigger than 2.5. And so I'm really pleased with our commitment of ensuring that there's fairness for all our equality groups. We've already agreed an equality action plan, and we've agreed a new equality statement, which has been heard in the council previously. And there's also, as I talked about before, we've had this organisational survey, which really has been a thread of equality, diversity, inclusion as well. We have our 5 equality networks, which I talk about a lot. If you haven't heard me talk about them, then I don't know where you've been, but that's been a really good opportunity as well to hear the voices of people represented in those groups, and where we've seen concern around sort of being able to push forward and increase sort of income and skill. We're looking to address those things, and lots of data is being provided to those groups, and the groups have taken on some really important work, and they are really being listened to across our senior leadership team. So there's some really exciting work to come. But yeah, I hope that you will agree the pay policy statement, and I'm happy to take any questions or be involved in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Candy Satterton. Now I'm looking for the second date for this report.
I'll second the report and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Curran. Now I would like to invite the member for debate on this report. Thank you. First one, I've got the Councillor McGregor, please.
Let me first of all declare an interest. I have in my family someone who in the past went through the glass ceiling with a resounding crack. And I also have a highly skilled member of my family who is one of the most professionally qualified people in audit in the United Kingdom, both females. Jagdish Sharma is probably the only councillor here who will remember what happened 46 years ago. You will remember, won't you? Because that was the time when we actually used the apology under the Equality, used the policy under the Equality Act to ensure that there was no discrepancy between female and male wages. So we avoided some of the problems of some of the major institutions of this country who failed to act on that legislation, ended up with muck on their face in the 1980s and 90s when it was pointed out that they were no longer using the Equality Act effectively. So Hounslow escaped because we took the right decision years ago to recognise that the value of work is the value of work and not the value of the sort of person who's doing it. The report does point out some real concerns for me because we still haven't moved in some wards around Hounslow the ability to actually improve what we're doing. And I see that here. We need in the council to improve what we're doing at various levels around. So I want to make sure that certain types of employment are not falling behind, are not valued as much as they should be in terms of our pay and grade reviews. 2007, we did a major pay and grade review following the Hay report of 2004, which was suppressed, unfortunately, by the Labour group at the time. And the reason it was suppressed was because it was a hot potato. And the hot potato came onto my shoulders in 2007. We actually ended up doing the right thing, again, making sure that our gender gap was minimal, making sure that we provided promotion prospects for everybody who was entitled to get that band and grade increase. So this is a wholly useful, wholly good report. And it stands out across, as a beacon across many of the local authorities in southern England, because we've done the right thing, we are doing the right thing, we should maintain doing the right thing. So I wholly support this report, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to second it for you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGregor. Now, I would like to invite Councillor Giles, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for this report. I'm really glad to see that some of the things we talked about 2 years ago have come in, and you were talking about the kind of not just gender equality, but some of the other equalities pieces. I suppose it's just one of those things, it's a sign of the times that we live in, that this organisation has fallen foul of the COVID gender pay gap that's been experienced by so many organisations. And I just have a question is, will there be an investigation or analysis into what or why that happened here and kind of how to prevent that going forward? I don't think I saw any sort of insight into that, but thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite the Councillor Tom Bruce, please.
Thank you very much. I think Candice has said almost everything positive that needs to be said about this report, really. Just to touch on what Councillor Giles has just said, I think that's a very important point. I know we haven't across the room this evening agreed on lots of things. I do agree with that. And if that's not in train, and I'm sure Candice will say whether it is or not, then I would certainly support that being so and looking at that. I think that's very important. I'd like to quickly touch on the London living wage, just to reiterate the fact that we are a London living wage employer, and we have done for a decade now, and we continue to be so, but also the fact that we encourage development in the borough, that we encourage our staff to progress with their careers, not least with the fact with our success with apprenticeship and training opportunities that we've had in the last 4 years. 4,000 we pledged and 4,000 we met, 400 of those being within the council. Some of those new employers employees, I should say, coming into the council, but a number of those current employees using that opportunity, using the funding that was there to progress their careers and to remain with the council, which is something that we, in lots of areas here, are very, very good at, that we train, retain our own staff, people who live in this borough, people who want to stay here and want to work here and want to contribute to their communities. And it starts with making sure right at the bottom, I don't, sort of not perhaps the best word to use, but right at the bottom of their career, at the beginning of their career, that they are paid fairly at that point and feel that they can stay and progress. So again, another shining example, I think, for the rest of London and the rest of the country. I support this report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tom Bruce. Now I would like to invite the Councillor Steve Curran.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to see it's got cross-party support, this report. I'd like to thank Councillor Atherton for this report. It's an excellent one, and I'd like to thank her for her contribution to this council and to Cabinet over the last 4 years, and wish her all the best for the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Steve Curran. I see. I think no more. Okay. Right. I think all tired. So I would like to invite to Councillor Candice Atherton to sum up, please.
Thank you. It's great to have agreement across the House. Just to respond to Councillor Giles, that was a question that I did ask when I met a couple of weeks ago with Steve Whitehead and Ros Doyle, because I was curious as well if the 2.5 could be related to COVID. It doesn't appear at the moment that is what it is. It's more likely just more likely positions higher up in the chain where you might lose a member of staff who's female. That can have quite a big impact. So I think it's more about people coming and going. But I think I would definitely welcome, although it won't be me, but I would suggest that is sort of looked into a bit more carefully if there is the time and resource to do that. I do think one of the positives from the COVID period and the support that we've been able to offer our staff and the fact that we encouraged our staff to be safe and to work from home has actually been that a lot of women have found their sort of hybrid way of working and flexible working. They've really welcomed it because it suits a lot of women who've got other pressures on their time. But yeah, I think it is something that really should be considered. So thank you for that question. But yeah, I'm really glad that this has been supported. We will continue with the action plan and really making sure that we drive down the pay gap and keep it low as possible. But we also look at some of the other bits that sometimes can be hidden, and we really make sure that it is equality for all people who work at the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Candice Atherton, for the sum up. Now we have come to the vote for this scheme. So there are just one recommendation to vote. So I would like to now first is for the for this scheme. Thank you. That's all looks like unanimous. However, I would like to ask anybody against. No, thank you. Anybody sustain? No, okay. Thank you very much. Now this policy is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now let's move to the next item. Item number 8 is again members' schemes of allowances 2022 and 2023. I would like to invite Councillor Shantanu Rajawat to propose the report, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is the annual report on members' allowances and associated matters. Main highlight of this report just articulates the relationship between the staff pay award and the increase to allowances. Apart from that, there are no other changes proposed as part of this report, apart from the dependent carers allowance as well. So I move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rajawat. Now I would like to see the seconded. Anybody, please?
Yeah, I'd like to second the report and reserve my right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Current. Now I would like to invite all the members to debate on this issue. The first one is, I think, Councillor Bidoff, please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I support a simple increase in allowances in line with staff. I think that is reflective of what happens with other public pay and allowances, and that makes sense. But this, as I've said before in this chamber on this issue, I think this is my fourth time, but it might only be the third. This isn't about us. It's about how we are working for those we represent and serve. The measure of a good councillor is how effective he, she, or they are, as judged by local residents and business ratepayers. It's our duty to deliver value for money that's assessed by them, by whoever it is we represent. We need to be seen to be worth our allowances. It would help residents and our business ratepayers assess our worth to them by publicising, as standard, casework numbers. It's a very crude, one-dimensional measurement, but it's better than no measurement. We've added, from our side, an explanation of what the limitations are in our casework numbers, that they don't reflect everything we do. They don't count what we do in relation to police, for example, or working with housing associations outside the system, but it is better than nothing, and it gives residents and ratepayers an example of what we are doing in response to receiving an allowance. It's not a salary. The other thing is they do think it's a salary. There's a mixture in the public between people who think that we work full time for the council on a high salary and others who think we should get much less than we do. So we have to bear that in mind always. I think it is very easy, I don't know, but I hope it is very easy to set up a system that would report on casework. It can be done presumably through a computer system. I'm looking around desperately for some nods, but not getting them necessarily. But it is something that could be done automatically. It should be done at least every year. And there are some arguments that it should be done monthly. The one thing that I'm disappointed about in relation to this, and it applied last year when the change was introduced, and that is the number of SRAs we have in this borough. The recommendation by the independent board was, I think, that no more than 50% of councillors should draw an SRA, and it's more like 73% here if all the new posts, cabinet assistant posts, are fulfilled. So my own view would be to reduce the number of SRAs that there are to meet that requirement. I know that they're needed to shore up wobbly leaderships, but they ought not to be brought in just to do that. They ought to reflect the work that we are doing on behalf of residents and business payers. We should not be accused of feathering our own nests either. So I would reduce the number of SRAs that there are, and I would abolish those posts. I would also look at some of the posts where I think the SRAs are disproportionate in relation to the work. There are some which simply don't make sense. I won't go into the detail here, but there is one that I've been privileged to hold in the last year, which I think is overpaid for what it is. I will raise it, it's area forum chairs, where the allowance is extremely generous for 4 meetings a year. Yes, you have to drive the agenda. Yes, you have to come up with ideas and whatever else. And to some extent, that's a lot of work. But it is 4 meetings that are fully supported by officers. And we mustn't forget that. So I think there should be some rebalancing. I support it in principle. There have got to be some adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, John Abidab. I would like to invite now Councillor Misiso, please.
I agree with my colleague. That's first and foremost. I think one of the things that we have to consider is actually having a proper assessment of what the what we call assistants are doing. What exactly does it do? Because as Councillor Bidoff said, officers assist cabinet members. And in her case, where we are working in Chiswick Area Forum, she has some assistance from officers to help her organise the agenda for Chiswick Area Forum. But what's the role of our assistants in cabinet? And I know we want to attract real good councillors in our borough, but using this whole idea of assistance, I don't think it attracts anyone. It's an in-house endorsement or shoring up of support. So I would say if you have spare money left over after your cabinet have been paid, why don't we give that money to charity? Why don't we give that money to charity? Why are we not perhaps even invested back in our own services? Look at streamlining some of our services with some of that monies that we have. I mean, it's £411,000 a year. Okay, £411,000 a year, especially as Councillor Roger has said before that the council is struggling for funds. Well, here's something that we could use to help our services. So I completely with my colleague Councillor Bidoff, and I do think that we need to look again at this assistance role.
Thank you, Councillor Masiso. Now I would like to invite Councillor Sam Hunt, please.
I'd like to pay tribute to Councillor Bidoff's hard work, as I recall, particularly in her first year, on the casework system. And I'm trying to remember the name of the committee, but I know Councillor Foote was, I think, chairing it. My memory's a little hazy. It's probably time to stand down. Councillor Bidoff contributed, I lost count, after I think about 14 changes that were accepted to the casework system. And I would challenge anyone else in the room to beat that total. What is so sad, and it was in Councillor Bidoff's speech, is that although an awful lot of work was done, the explanation we were given was, oh, there are still so many technical difficulties in using the casework system to report casework numbers. We all know that the casework numbers are flawed in a number of ways, but they are a measure of how much work we're undertaking. We all know that one piece of casework can take you 5 minutes and another piece of casework can take you 5 days, but it's still a useful measure. And I got fed up with asking for it to be published, but I see no reason why it shouldn't be published without caveats. And it will be published with people doing FOIs.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sam Hunt. Now I would like to invite Councillor Theo Denison, please.
Okay, I promise. Last time. I'm going to pick up very much the on a sort of cross-party, non-party sort of thing. Pick up the theme that Joanna has actually raised in terms of there has to be a payoff in terms of allowances. If the public are going to pay councillors for what they ought to be doing, then there ought to be proof that they're doing it, and there should be an assurance of it. And I think the proposals you have made in terms of are you putting us first or are you putting the money first is important. I think the point you make about shoring up of leadership also important. And there are 3 other things that I think that you didn't see, but maybe that's because you don't suffer that in your group, but are also essential if we are to clean up politics in Hounslow. Number 1, we must abolish the whip. The whip is an insidious device that means that the party is put first and not the public. For as long as the whip dominates this council, the public will never be first in anybody's mind. Number 2, we have to abolish the patronage of the leader of this council. Not this leader of this council, every leader of this council. £229,000 because of the system we have is entirely within the gift of the leader of the council. Elected for 4 years, able to use that every year to shore up their wobbly leadership. £1 million in a term, dependent upon the whims of one person and used by that one person or potentially misused by that one person to not only shore up their leadership, but to ensure people vote for them. Because once they have achieved that, the whip guarantees that the whole of a party needs to vote in favour of whatever the majority in that party says. And that, again, means that the party is put above the interests of the public. And the other thing I think should be done in this borough to clean up and improve our politics is we need to abolish this undemocratic, unaccountable system where a cabal runs this council, not a democratic organisation. Everybody knows decisions are not taken by the cabinet in a public meeting. We break the law every month in this council because decisions are not taken by the cabinet in a public meeting. They are taken before that public meeting happens. There is a pre-meeting before every single council, and that is where decisions of the cabinet are made. And prior to that, other meetings that you will never see, the public will never see, are also determining what happens in this council. We should abolish that system and go back to a democratic system of committee-based decisions. And I know people fear that that may be slower or more democratic. Sutton Council runs a committee-based system. Reading Council,
Thank you, Councillor Theodore.
Sorry, Chair, I was taking an intervention.
On then.
As evidence of what's just been said, we called in one of the decisions made by an officer, and the call-in, the scrutiny overview scrutiny panel call-in panel agreed with the call-in, and the decision went back to cabinet, and the cabinet spent, I think, about 35 minutes considering the report from the scrutiny call-in panel. I wasn't happy with the decision. I didn't think they'd covered the points in the time, and there were various irrelevancies. But that's my problem. I was subsequently reassured by a member of the cabinet that they had actually spent at least 2.5 hours discussing this item privately. And this comes back to the point that Councillor Dennison is making. We don't see those discussions. We just see what the cabinet chooses to show us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Theodore, back to
Thank you, Councillor Hearn. Yes, we need to go back to a system where every member of the council is required, not just can, but is required to participate in the decision-making of this council because they are in a committee that makes the decisions in public. And that is the way that every member of our community can be relied on to have councillors who will work for them, who will show they are working for them in public every day, every year, whatever the party, whatever the leadership of this group or this council. That is what we must go back to. Until we do, there will always be the danger that money will talk, money will buy votes, money will corrupt, and none of us will be able to achieve what we set out to achieve when we all stood as councillors, to give our communities back something that we think they deserve. Trust in their councillors and a council that works for them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Theodore. Now I would like to invite Councillor Hanif Khan. Oh, okay. Thank you. Councillor Guy Lambert. Just hold on, Councillor Guy Lambert.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just hold on, Councillor Guy Lambert. Hold on, please. Before you, I make a mistake. Before you, that is the Councillor McGregor is going to speak. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Guy Lambert, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Dennison makes some reasonable points which we should consider in the next administration, some difference in the way that we operate. But let's not forget that in this administration, we're Council of the Year. It's not us saying we're Councillor of the Year, it's independently assessed. We've got the best roads in London, independently assessed. We've got the third best parks in London, independently assessed. We're a very good council. We're a very good council. And of course, there's always room for improvement. And when we win in May, and when we return, sadly with a new leader, we will be an even better council.
Thank you, Councillor Guy Lambert. Now, Councillor McGirriga, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your courtesy. The situation we face here is one where the Labour Party have just been scolded. You will be very pleased to learn, members, those of you who managed to squeeze back in after May, and many of you will not be here, I regret to say. Maybe I won't be here either. That's entirely possible. This is the election process we have in the United Kingdom. Key for us, however, is what has happened during this cycle of the council. And we have had Cabinet determining not to hear an overly scrutiny report because it was very tendentious. And we're talking about traffic and transport. We have had attempts to make votes of no confidence in Cabinet members. And under the current constitutional practice, the only person we can mount a vote of no confidence in is the leader. But the leader was blameless. I don't want to kick Steve Cowan out. I'd rather kick some of the Cabinet out or give them a good kicking, but we weren't able to because we weren't able to hold a vote of no confidence against the Cabinet members because the Cabinet members were chosen under the strong leader constitutional principle. And that is anti-democratic. It is full of patronage and it doesn't work. And I tell you why it doesn't work, because we end up with backbenchers who don't have a job to do or a committee chair to report to, or to perhaps take part in detailed and developed work at the committee level. You will all be pleased to hear that I've been having long discussions with various senior members of the administration, the officers, about how we look at constitutional practice. And the first thing we have to do is to get back so that we have a legal department that stands up. Now, our legal department a decade ago was regarded very highly across the local government horizon and local government countryside as being rather good. Say no more. We then ended up with the spectacle of a respected solicitor sitting in the corner in this room, literally crying into his soup because he was overwhelmed with work, because he was the last relict of that organization. Well, what we're going to do is this. We're not going to just repeal what we're doing at the moment with Strong Leader after May. We're going to go back to the committee system because we know how to do it and we've got the numbers to prove it. And that'll be put in place as part of a constitutional convention that will then bring us back to chairmanship and committee work in 23-24. At that time, I would hope that we have a strong legal department which will be handling all the legal work. No more carving out to India, no more carving out to Harrow Brent, for God's sake. How dare we do that? We want our own legal advisors and we want our own legal people to support the committees we're going to put in place. And the committee system will then work because, quite simply, it'll be an open shout. No whipping. No whipping. So if some of you have proven to be good at what you do, and there are lots of you who have proven that you've not been half bad, yeah, then stand for a committee chair, even if you're in the minority, as you will be. Don't worry, you'll be looked after, because quite simply, we want the best councillors for the best positions. If you've got an education bent and you want to look after the education committee, then just stand. I will, of course, want to stand for civil rights, corporate governance, and all the good things that life makes possible. That'll be my committee.
Point
In
of
other
order,
words,
Mr.
I
Mayor.
will not have a committee.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. What relevance does this have to allowances?
Yeah.
It is highly, Mr. Mayor, may I point out, this is highly relevant to this pay and because quite simply, we're paying a cabinet.
Please speak on the
Gregor,
mic,
if you could
please.
use the microphone, please.
I'll shout then.
No,
Yeah?
it's for the it's for the record.
All right. So what relevance does this have? Well, you've got a handful of gold going off to people who can't be got at through the normal process, i.e. cabinet members. That's bad enough. That's the relevance because we're paying people who have
Councillor
no capacity
you
to
got
respond.
30 seconds, please.
30 seconds? Well, you've heard enough. I'm scolding you as well. After May, watch this space. After May next year, guess what? The annual general meeting in May 23 will be wonderful. We'll have a brand new regime, thanks to our corporate governance team and our finance team. Oh, and by the way, the chairmanship of overview and scrutiny will become one of the best paid chairmanships in the new regime.
Your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, could the question be put, please?
May I have seconder? Lily Bhatt is seconder. Okay, let's now we vote for the. Let's vote for this proposed. Yeah. Okay. So, all right, proposed by the Councillor Azmeh Rural. Now let's vote for. Everybody is for his proposal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody against for the proposal? No? Okay. So, okay, then, right. I'm afraid, Davina, that's okay. You want to speak, but, it's already the overlap. So, sorry, we will now move into the straight on the Councillor Rajavat to sum up, please.
No, we've done it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, that's all finished now. Let's move to the agenda number 9 now.
It's all right. No, it's all right.
Right. Hold on a second. Before we move to the agenda number 9, we actually still need to vote for the recommendation that's we have here. So go.
No, I don't think we do.
That's what it is. This is the two different things. That's why. Yeah. So we start again. There are 4 recommendations. So we are voting all 4 in one go. So shall I have then the proposal and the approved for this 4, yeah, allowances 4. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. All right. Yeah, it looks like unanimous. Thank you very much. Anyway, let's try again. Anybody against?
Abstentions.
Anybody abstain? Abstention? No? Thank you very much. Okay. Now, the members' scheme of allowance is approved. Thank you very much. Hey. Okay. Now let's move to the agenda number 9, which is calendar of the formal committee and date for the 2022 and 2023.
I got to move it yet.
Yeah. Okay. So now we now move to item number 9, and you have seen the supplementary agenda as well. So both political group leaders have been consulted on these dates and have agreed with the proposal. So I suggest that we go straight to the vote.
Great.
Great. Well done. Okay. Thank you very much. So let's go for the vote. Then anyway, it's to approve. So may I have all member for 4 for this? Thank you. All unanimous. Okay. Anybody against? Oh, against for one agenda. Oh. Yeah, is already voted now. Sorry, Makira. So you have already accepted this one. Anybody abstains? No. Okay. Thank you very much. So this calendar of formal committee date also have approved. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, members. Right. Now we come to the agenda number 10, appointments to committee and other bodies. We now come to the appointment, which is standing item on our agenda. None? Thank you. Okay, thank you, members. Thank you very much. Now let's move to the next item again. Item number 11. Decision taken under urgency. Thank you very much. Thank you, member. Okay. Agenda number 12. Any other matter that's the mayor consider urgent? I believe no officer. So thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, Maria. This is only for the urgency matter for the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Since it's the mayor's last meeting, one presumes, then I just want everyone to appreciate how much he's meant to us this year during the pandemic, and how hard he's worked to keep the show on the road. And you remember I made a comment about Councillor Canards, one of the good guys. We have another one of the good guys with us here tonight. I just want to show our appreciation for the mayor's work this year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now hold on. We are coming to the agenda item number 13, which is the date of next meeting. Next meeting is the explain on the next meeting will be the annual meeting of the council, which is be 31st May 2022. Right, I would like to thank you to all the members who's been attending for this meeting today, and ask them to sign the attendance book if they have not already done so. That is very important. And note that it is the last council meeting, and this is my last council meeting as well. So thank you very much, Councillor Magigra, for putting this vote of thanks. And I would like to thank you, everyone else, and the member and the staff, all the people who support me on this during my mayoralship. Thank you very much. And so this is the end of the meeting. Thank you very much. The meeting finished. Thank you.